That's not much fun.
She called me in order.
She heard me.
She called me in order.
The time is 5:33. We're gonna call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton. Here. Councilor Fellows.
Here. Thank you. We have a work session. Well, we're gonna go into closed meeting, I'm sorry, for the first part of tonight's meeting. Would someone like to make a motion for a closed session?
Move that we're going to, I gotta read all, closed session,
We need the actual legal verbiage.
where only,
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
I don't
No, it's
know.
not.
It's not on the agenda.
That's why I asked.
Oh, sorry.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was great. I love this system. It's
Point of order.
Hey, Brenda.
Yes.
I move that we go into closed session.
You what?
I move that we go into closed session per 3711-A12.
She's working on it.
Yeah, we're waiting on her.
Just give us a second.
I second it. You should make the motion.
That's
She
not-
did.
We're waiting
Give
for
it 1
the legal
second.
verbiage from Mrs. Robinson.
Oh.
What happened?
So how was your day?
It was apparently fine. Thank you so much. We were busy as
Here we go.
Busy out there today, the traffic.
Mrs. Howell.
Got it? So we're merging by the first of the year. We have got to fix this. We've got to fix this.
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711, A1, to discuss and consider personnel matters including the appointment, assignment, salaries, and performance of specific appointees, A3 and A5, to discuss the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where bargaining is involved, and discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position and negotiation strategy of the city, adversely affecting its financial interests. A7 and 8, to consult with legal counsel and be briefed by staff regarding probable litigation and specific legal matters which such briefing and consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's litigating posture. A39, to discuss and consider information related to economic development and to the extent such discussion would be aired thereby. A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals and personal matters not related to public business. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Roll
Which
call.
second are you accepting, Madam Mayor?
Counselor Denton.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Fellows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph. Yes. Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. And we'll go into closed session first and bring
No, we need to. Madam Mayor, the mics are live.
Thank you
Did you
very
just hear-
much.
Did you just hear what I said?
Welcome visitors for joining us this afternoon. We need to come out of our closed session.
I'd like to make them,
No?
hold on, she had to
Oh, that's
read
right.
the question.
I'm sorry, what? Or do y'all do a motion first, or do we do the we do the motion first? Okay. Counselor,
I'd like to make a motion that we come out of closed session.
Second.
The motion has been moved and properly seconded to come out of closed session. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Certification, where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to our regular meeting. Can you please call roll?
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph. Here. Counselor Holloway.
Here.
Counselor Parton,
Here.
Mayor Gore.
Here.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much. We're gonna begin with the prayer. Prayer by Pastor Jeff Butler of Woodlawn Presbyterian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Counselor Denton. Can everyone please stand?
Loving God, I thank you for these servants of yours as they continue working for you as they serve their districts. Thank you for the continued wisdom you provide as they seek you and the unique ability you've given them and all city employees to work together for your people here in Hopewell. We ask your blessing also on those gathered in these chambers and others who are here in spirit, seeking your best for Hopewell. Continue helping us find that common denominator where together we can forge a path that advances our community into a place that is above and beyond all that we might ask or think. May it be a path that brings honor to your name, brings us into a closer relationship with you and with each other. For it's in your mighty name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to adopting or amending the regular meeting agenda.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve with the condition that we move R8, R9, and R10 to where R5 it comes in, and put those three ahead of R5 and move right on after that. Have I confused you? Take R8, R9, and R10 and put them where, start with R5. And R5 would become R8.
I'll
R8
second.
would become R5.
Are you done with your motion?
Pardon me?
Is that your whole motion? I'm sorry.
Well,
Just leave R8, 9, and 10 to replace, right under R4? Okay.
Is there any discussion? There are no discussion, there are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. move on to approving or amending or adopting the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, is it appropriate now to make the motion for the city attorney?
Actually, the time to do it was when we came out of closed session, but we can add it to the agenda. Actually have a note from the city manager about 2 other amendments to add a public hearing for the school board on November 19th, and then also to add a public hearing to amend the 2013 bond resolution to allow for renovation of municipal building. If we're sticking true to what Counselor Denton suggested, then it would go in after R10.
R12.
Wait, what?
R11.
What just happened?
Well, R11.
Could you repeat that, please?
Can you speak into the mic a little bit?
Sure. There are 2 amendments that also need to be added, and then Counselor Pelham's point. First one is to add a public hearing to amend the school board, to have
Is that the
calling.
consent agenda or the agenda? I'm
No,
sorry.
thank you, it is. So actually, the motion on the floor is to adopt or approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
We can go back, thank you for that point. We'll go back to the regular meeting agenda after that.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
1 second, please.
so I just, the 2 items that I provided would be to add to C7 in the consent agenda. So we set those public hearings for the November 12th meeting.
What?
A public hearing on what?
So the school has received grant funding that they need to amend their FY 19-20 budget. So we'll need to bring that forth because of the size of the number of the grants. Will require a public hearing to amend their budget. And then we need to, in order to renovate the municipal building utilizing the bond funds from 2013 for the public safety building, we've got to amend the bond resolution because it didn't speak to renovation for other departmental use. So we'll need to bring that back to y'all for consideration, and we'll have to have a public hearing in order to amend the bond resolution.
And I apologize, I misread your handwriting. I thought you said 11-19, but it's FY19.
Yeah.
So were you
Sorry.
asking for both of these to be on the November 12th meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
So just for clarity, council, the suggested amendment to the consent agenda is to add to C7, public hearing to amend the school board's FY 19-20 budget for a public hearing on the November 12th, and then to also add another public hearing to amend the 2013 bond resolution to allow for the renovation of municipal building for a
So
public
moved.
hearing on November 12th.
Also moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is everyone clear on the motion?
Do I need to add my?
We'll go back to that.
I
Any
have a
discussion?
question. Yes. Mr. City Manager, is this amendment for the bond? Does that, the monies you're talking about utilizing, would that be the fire money or just the money that's bonded left over for the police department exclusively
The funds that were left over for the police department.
only, so that
Yeah.
other part of the money for the fire department won't be affected?
Well, that we don't have any funding really for the fire department at this point in time.
So
This is the only fund, so
it
we have,
morphed into one.
right. So over time, the project was supposed to be 2 buildings. I think, it was brought back that there wasn't enough funds to build the 2 buildings. So now we've built the police station. We will have to go out and get additional funding to build the fire station when we're ready to do that. So this would be the utilization of the funds left over from that 2013 bond issuance to utilize them to renovate the space that the police department vacated down in the first floor, and then any other renovations that we need to do.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Councilor Randolph?
Could you tell us how much money is left?
We're still
Approximately.
approximately $300,000. We're closing it out, so we may have a little bit more. We hope we have more.
Thanks.
And that will be bidded out.
Is there any other questions about the motion on the floor to add those 2 items to the consent agenda? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Now, before I move on, Council Pelham did have a
Yeah.
right to request to amend the agenda to add an item for the city attorney.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to include a motion to authorize the appropriation for the city attorney to hire a legal assistant up to the top range for a grade 24, plus any additional funding necessary to, fund the benefits of that said job.
Second. Oh, she's amending that, or she's giving a motion.
And you need clarity, do you want it to be under
Motion?
R6 or the end of the agenda, or do you want it to go under the other business items?
I wanted to go before, under 3.
Second.
Any other discussion? Counselor Randolph?
That becomes R3, and then everything moves up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, there are no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you. We don't have any public hearings this afternoon or unfinished business, so we're gonna move on to communications from citizens. Do we have anyone signed up to speak this afternoon?
No.
No? Would anyone in the audience like to speak this afternoon? Under communications from citizens? Okay. We're gonna move on. Moving on to the regular business agenda. R1 is proclamations. We have several proclamations this afternoon. We're gonna begin with Breast Cancer Awareness Month, followed by Mental Health Awareness Month, Domestic Violence Awareness, Small Business, and World Teachers Day. Since these are really special occasions, I wanna make sure I ask council if they would like to join me down below to please join us. We'll begin with the breast cancer awareness.
Can you give me that order again, please?
Breast cancer awareness.
Yep.
Mental health, domestic violence, women business, and teachers. And for our guests that join us for breast cancer wellness team, please make your way to the front.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Some of them, yeah. Yes.
Whereas about 1 in 8 women, about 12%, will develop invasive breast cancer over the course of her lifetime. And whereas in 2019, an estimated 268,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women in the U.S., along with 62,930 new cases of non-invasive in situ breast cancer. And whereas about 2,670 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in men in 2019, a man's lifetime risk of breast cancer is about 1 in 883. And whereas besides skin cancer, breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer in American women. In 2019, it's estimated that about 30% of newly diagnosed cancers in women will be breast cancers. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as an opportunity to increase awareness of the disease and to encourage individuals to have a plan to detect the disease in its early stages. And whereas as of January 2019, there are more than 3.1 million women with a history of breast cancer in the U.S. This includes women currently being treated and women who have finished treatment. And whereas breast cancer incidence rates in the U.S. began decreasing in the year 2000 after increasing for the previous 2 decades, they dropped by 7% from 2002 to 2003 alone. And whereas a woman's risk of breast cancer nearly doubles if she has a first-degree relative, a mother, a sister, or a daughter, who has been diagnosed with breast less than 15% of women who get breast cancer have a family member diagnosed with it. And whereas about 85% of breast cancer occurs in women who have no family history of breast cancer. These occur due to genetic mutations that would happen as a result of the aging process and life in general, rather than inherited mutations. Whereas it is vital that those affected by breast cancer have access to quality, affordable care, and that research of all forms of breast cancer continues to be vigorously supported. Now therefore, I, Jasmine E. Gore, Mayor of the City of Hopewell, do hereby recognize October 2019 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Hopewell, and I call this observance to the attention of our citizens. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed to grace of the City of Hopewell in the Commonwealth of Virginia this 22nd day of October, 2019.
So while you guys are standing, I just want to say that both of these young women work for our social services department. This young lady is a 13-year cancer survivor, and she's a 3-year cancer survivor.
Mental Health Month. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there is a strong research that animal companionship, humor, spirituality, religion, recreation, social connections, and work-life balance can help all Americans protect their health and well-being. And whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness each year, 1 in 25 U.S. adults experience serious mental illness each year, 1 in 6 U.S. youth aged 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year, and suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 34. And whereas the average delay between onset of mental illness symptoms and treatment is 11 years. Mental health care matters. 43.3% of U.S. adults with mental illness received treatment in 2018. 64.1% of U.S. adults with serious mental illness received treatment in 2018, and 50.6% of U.S. youth aged 6 through 17 with a mental health disorder received treatment in 2016. With effective treatment, those individuals with mental health and other chronic health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives. It is important that each of us remind our neighbors, friends, family members, co-workers, and strangers that they are not alone. And the domino effect of not addressing mental health as a society impacts individuals, their family, the community, and the world. Each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. Now, therefore, I, Jasmine E. Gore, Mayor of the City of Hopewell, do hereby recognize October 19 as Mental Health Month in the City of Hopewell, and I call this observance to the attention of all our citizens. In witness whereof, I've hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed to grace of the City of Hopewell and Commonwealth of Virginia this 22nd day of October, 2019.
Just really briefly, just want to give her the floor to share some feedback about District 19. And one big announcement that we do have is the council supported.
Can you go to the mic? They can't hear you on TV.
Council supported creating a community one-source building to be able to consolidate services. And one of that would be to include District 19 inside of this new building. They're gonna have an open house on October 30th. So I'll give her the floor to share any other information that she would like to have.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Tunstall, the Executive Director of District 19, and just wanted to thank everyone for coming out. And we really appreciate the support and the partnership with Hopewell, and we are very excited that we have the facility now for our Crisis Assessment Center, as well as our Substance Use Intensive Outpatient Program. And again, we have the open house at 10:30 on the 30th, and we love to see you all out. Thank you.
Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas individuals can be victims of domestic violence regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, race, culture, socioeconomic status, or religion. The effects of domestic violence harm every aspect of our community, from our schools, to our military, to our healthcare system, to our economy. Whereas 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence, intimate partner contact, sexual violence, and/or intimate partner stalking, with impacts such as injury, fearfulness, post-traumatic stress disorder, use of victim services, contraction of sexually transmitted disease. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner. This includes a range of behaviors: slapping, shoving, pushing, and in some cases might not be considered domestic violence. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 18 men have been stalked by an intimate partner during their lifetime, to the point in which they felt very fearful or believed that they or someone close to them would be harmed or killed. 1 in 15 children are exposed to intimate partner violence each year, and 90% of these children are eyewitnesses to this violence. Only 34% of people who are injured by intimate partners receive medical care for their injuries. Victims of intimate partner violence lose a total of 8 million days of paid work each year. Between 21 and 60% of victims of intimate partner violence lose their jobs due to reasons stemming from the abuse, and the cost of intimate partner violence exceeds $8.3 billion a year. 19% of domestic violence involves a weapon. 72% of all murder-suicides involve an intimate partner. 94% of the victims of these murder-suicides are female. Domestic victimization is correlated with a higher rate of depression and suicidal behavior. During the month of October, victim advocate groups, centers, service workers, and many other organizations come together to connect those who work to end violence, to celebrate those who have survived, and to mourn those who have died because of domestic violence. A strong criminal justice system sends messages of accountability and victim support. It is critical that those seeking help or services have access to proper care and treatment. Whereas domestic violence awareness is not only about the physical impact of abuse, it includes the mental impact and the scars we can't see. And whereas the devastating consequence of domestic violence can cross generations and last a lifetime. Nearly 3 out of 4 Americans personally know someone who is or has been a victim of domestic violence. Now is time to take a stand, support survivors and care providers, speak out against domestic violence all month long, and be an advocate every day of the year. Now therefore, I, Jasmine E. Gore, Mayor of the City of Hopewell, do hereby recognize October 2019 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Hopewell, and I call this observance to the attention of our citizens.
This time she actually was murdered right before Christmas, which was actually right before my aunt's birthday. So efforts that organizations such as yours do to support those who are trying to escape domestic violence is critical. It's important that we support you in any ensure that families don't have to suffer, and children don't have to grow up without parents, and parents don't have to live their lives without their children. So if there's anything that we can do in the city to support you more, especially me personally, I will do my best to do all that I can to make sure you have what you need. And I'll make sure you have. It's up to you. Because you want to face people or you want to talk to people.
I just want to thank you all. My name is Jackie Dean. I am the director of the Victim Witness Assistance Program. We work with victims of crime on the court system. Actually, we work with them from the time of the incident, that they become a victim through past the court system, so that we can make sure they get all the resources they need. And we are thankful that, the Mayor Gore and the council, has taken this time to issue this proclamation against domestic violence in our city. Thank you so much.
Women's Small Business Month. Excuse me. Whereas women own 42% of businesses in the United States. In 1972, women only owned 4.6% of all businesses in the U.S. As of 2019, women own 42% of all businesses. Women-owned businesses grew 21% from 2014 to 2019, and businesses owned by women of color grew at double that rate.
I told her to.
Numbers for Black women entrepreneurs grew the fastest, with an increase of 50%. In fact, as of 2019, women of color accounted for 50% of all women who own businesses. There are nearly 13 million women-owned businesses in the United States, employing 9.4 million workers and generating revenue of $1.9 trillion. Last year, 1,821 net new women-owned businesses were launched every day. Women of color founded 64% of those new businesses. Half of women-owned businesses are concentrated in 3 industries: other services, healthcare, and social assistance, and professional, scientific, technical services. We recognize successful women business owners who have been the trailblazers for future female entrepreneurs. It is imperative to celebrate the growth and accomplishments of female entrepreneurs and the vital role they play in our economy. Entrepreneurs not only create new business, they serve as the catalyst for economic development, innovation, and competition. Entrepreneurs also play a pivotal role in the development of human capital by providing new employment opportunities and sense of community. Entrepreneurs create social change, which results in improved quality of life, influences morale, and economic freedom. In 1988, Congress passed the Women's Business Ownership Act of 1988, ending state-sanctioned sex discrimination and authorizing programs to foster the development of women entrepreneurs. In 2019, women now own 4 out of every 10 businesses. Now, therefore, I, Jasmine E. Gore, Mayor of the City of Hopewell, Virginia, do hereby recognize October 2019 as Women's Small Business Month in the City of Hopewell, and I call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens.
Thank you guys for standing with me about the women. I'll keep my remarks very brief. Someone asked me why did we do a proclamation for women's small business, and that's because it is significantly harder for women to become entrepreneurs than it is male, because different statistics have proven access to funding, being taken seriously, and things of that nature. And so October has a lot of things that we celebrate. A lot of them have to do with striving, resilience, and I think that entrepreneurship. I mean, you can survive having your own business. I mean, that definitely shows strength and dedication. So I think it's something that we should definitely recognize. You see me giggle when Meredith came up here because I watched her be a coffee shop at Gun Cotton in the, what do you call it, little refrigerator section, and then turn into a caterer, then turn into this place that everyone knows about, having such a great buzz on Facebook and in the community, and then turning into having an announcement she's gonna share today. So it's remarkable, I'll put her on the spot, it's remarkable to see someone really blossom in a short period of time, and also we're similar in age, so it's great to see young women entrepreneurs. So I'll keep my remarks to Ms. Dean. I'll let Counselor Denton come down and share remarks about our other guests this afternoon. So before I pass it over to Counselor Denton, I would like to have Ms. Dean share her announcements for everyone about her new business.
Oh, just that I have another business right now. My business inside of Gun Cotton.
Yay.
Okay, I'd just like to say a couple things about this lady right here. I've known her for about 40 years, and I'd like to tell you I've known her. And I remember when she told me, I'm gonna get my own business. We are in real estate together. And this lady, I don't know how many years, she was the top producer for Southside Board of Realtors. How many years has went on that? About 20 years. She beat every realtor in the Tri-City area. So she was a very busy woman, and she knows this business very well, and I'm very proud to be, I think, her friend. Congratulations.
World Teachers Day Awareness. Whereas each year we are awake approximately.
Call the teachers.
Oh,
Will all the teachers come up, please?
we are awake approximately 6,000 hours, of which 1,000 is spent within children spend in school. And whereas while children are in teachers' care, educators are expected to be responsible for far more than providing education.
Stay calm.
Outside of the home, teachers are the biggest role model in a child's life, and oftentimes the only sense of stability for some children. In addition to being an educator and role models, teachers provide guidance to students for school, lessons, and life lessons. In addition to being an educator and role model and guide, teachers are support systems for many children to help youth get the next stage in their lives. In addition to being an education role model, guide, and support system, teachers are care providers by ensuring that the children in their care have the tools to be successful. Oftentimes, these tools include food, clothes, health care, supplies, and other wraparound service support. In addition to being an educator, role model, guide, support system, and care provider, teachers are advocates for many due to their willingness to put forth the effort. In addition to being an educator, role model, guide, support system, care provider, advocate, teachers are a young person's inspiration on any given day. All teachers serve as idea shapers for youth. They help push their students' minds, their creativity, and help to shape the next generation of leaders. What some children learn from their teachers will stay with them as they progress into adulthood and oftentimes for the rest of their lives. The important role of the teacher is driven by compassion, understanding, patience, protection, dedication, and the ability to communicate across generations and cultures. Americans recognize that it takes a special person to be a teacher and to light a fire to raise children's expectations for themselves and to never give up on them. The power of education provides every person in America with a precious gift, knowledge, whereas giving all members of society the tools to information and knowledge is one of the greatest gifts anyone can give to another person. Now, therefore, I, Jasmine Gore, Mayor of the City of Hopewell, Virginia, do hereby recognize October 2019 as World Teachers Day Awareness Month in the City of Hopewell. And I call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. And witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the great seal of the City of Hopewell and Commonwealth, Virginia, this 22nd day of October, 2019.
Because she actually told me to not apply was for Ms. Ritter at Hopewell High School, if it wasn't for, Mr. Cox's history class, I got excited and learned about government. So it's really important that we cherish teachers and the fact that they do so many things beyond just educate children. And also, I know I was here, but I know I couldn't be a teacher because it's different nowadays. So you guys have a remarkable job at what you do, and I would say if there's anything that you guys want to share, then please say what school you represent, and for you being Teacher of the Year. You start with Zen.
Good evening, my name is Jackie Ellen Edmonds.
Thank you, thank you.
I teach at Hopewell High School. I've been in education for about 19 years, been teaching for about 12, and I'm the Teacher of the Year for Hopewell High School.
I've been teaching 13 years now. I've been in the neighboring district, and I've been in Hopewell. This is my 5th year. And I am at Carter G. Woodson Middle School.
Actually, the Teacher of the Year for like the whole division.
Yeah.
You gave me an extra speech.
I'm Jared Hanold. This is my second year in teaching. I am teaching special education at Patrick Oakland Elementary School, and I won Rookie of the Year this year, so that's pretty cool.
I'm Nancy Cox. This is my 6th year teaching in first grade, 5 years at Hopewell, and now I'm in 2nd grade. Hello everyone, my name is Kiara Morris. This is my 2nd year at Hopewell. Last year I was Rookie Teacher of the Year at Woodlawn High School, and this year I am included.
And does anyone on council have anything they want to share before we close it down?
We just all appreciate you all. Thank you for teaching our babies in Hopewell, as Dr. Hackney say, her children. So keep it going, keep the discipline in the classroom, and you'll have a successful year.
They look like babies.
I know it. She really looks like a student. Discipline is the key.
There was a problem. I think so, yeah.
We do have one principal in the audience, I think. Mr. Davis, would you like to stand? He's the principal for Patrick Copeland. Thank you for coming.
We're gonna move on to part 2 with our presentations. And the first one that we have, I'm gonna stay down here. Then the other ones are staff presentations. And we'll ask Mr. Reed Miller, Director Reed Miller, to join me up here. And then also our tree stewards, Christy and Follow. I guess, yes.
Is that it? Is this it? This picture?
Tree steward. Make up a name. You ready for them babies?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Mad sex. They gotta get ready for that.
So we had a really special opportunity here in the city with the grant from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and we wanted to recognize those who have volunteered and got certification to do some great work related to the grant. I asked Mr. Director Reed Miller to come up here to pitch kind of what his experience has been working with the Chesapeake Bay with the Tree Stewards Program, then also I passed off to Ms. Ann to recognize the group that's here this afternoon. And thank you all.
Well, I'll be brief because Ann Joseph is really the mastermind behind all of this and the expert. But we've been fortunate to improve a variety of park spaces across the city, working with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and Tree Steward volunteers, as well as a lot of community members that have come out and helped us. We just planted this past Saturday 62 trees at DuPont Elementary School. So not even a park site, we just jumped in, and schools were a great partner. Some of our volunteer, I know at least one of our tree stewards was there with us, digging, getting muddy, putting trees in the ground. So it's just been great. We've added trees there, we've added trees at Woodlawn, we've added trees at Arlington Park. Probably we're nearing 200 now, I think, and that's an awesome environmental improvement in the city. So we can't appreciate the work of the volunteers and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation enough. It's been a true pleasure.
So I'm Ann Drusek, I'm with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and I just want to say right back at you because we are so fortunate and we're so grateful. We have had tremendous support from the city. I mean, everything from, Aaron's guys have come out to help pre-auger the holes so that volunteers do not have to dig through concrete to plant trees, right? I mean, it's really been remarkable. Sometimes we need the help of heavy equipment, right? And those guys have come out and helped us. We've had great support not only from him, not just for equipment, but this is one of the hottest and driest years on record, and God bless Thomas Gates for getting out there and getting these trees watered, because otherwise they wouldn't have made it through the summer, right? In addition, the Parks and Recs folks, you guys are so fortunate to have Joe Battiata and his team, Diane and John DeBreeze on staff, because they're also amazing, the support work that they've been able to give us and help us to move this grant forward. In total, the grant that the Bay Foundation received was about $200,000, the last one was this one, and it's going towards water quality improvement. So I really appreciate these ladies all, spend 9 hours of their summer, 3 consecutive Tuesday nights for 3 hours, learning how to prune, how to plant, how to mulch properly, and to just be stewards of the 250 trees that we're gonna put in as part of this grant, so that when the Bay Foundation isn't in Hopewell anymore, that you guys have got, your native people taking care of your trees, which I think is really amazing. So many thanks to them, and we just wanted to say thank you to them. Ms. Wyatt, do you have anything that you want to share? Because I know you weren't with it as well.
Other than to say thank you, I'll have plenty more to add in a little bit.
This is Erin Lynn Fowler. We'll give you the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. Is it, council have anything to say? Regarding, I know Mr. Parton, I know the Council Parton, I know you were interested in working with the Bay. Do you have anything you want to share for their hard work?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend all the classes. The National Guard had other things for me to do this summer, but Robin was nice enough to pick me up a packet, and it was actually my summer reading while I was on vacation. I went through the whole thing, and I'm just looking forward to springtime. And just really do want to thank all y'all for what you do. I'm a big conservationist, environmentalist, and I love trees. I love doing environmental improvement projects, and when y'all start having projects, just keep me in mind. I know half of y'all here have my cell phone and email, so let me know when stuff goes on.
November 2nd. So our next planting is the second half of Woodlawn Park, and it's November 2nd. You're welcome to come out. It's from 9 to 11, and we only have 17 trees. We'll be done in no time.
If anyone's interested in learning about the other opportunities, in our packet does have the list of the upcoming events and the update list. And there was a presentation provided, but I did miss the deadline, so we'll make sure we get that out with our council connections, the information that you gave, so everyone in the public can see you guys' hard work. Excellent. All right, thank you. We have our next presentation for Mr. Battiata, I believe.
Am I supposed to have a presentation with this? Or is it over there?
I don't see it.
Fabulous. That's just fabulous.
Have a presentation.
No, I sent it, so I assumed it was all over.
You asked me something?
You got one from me? I'm just trying.
Oh,
No, that's the packet. I didn't.
You have the physical presentation?
I can go get my laptop.
No. Is this it?
That's it.
Okay.
You can,
I'll just scroll it for you.
yeah, just ask her to navigate from slide to slide.
Are you supposed to?
All right.
Okay.
Well, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Go back one. There you go, right there.
Ta-da, okay.
My name is Joe Badiata. I'm the City Stormwater Program Manager. I can't talk about the program without acknowledging the people that really get all the work done. Diane Cook, John DeGroot, Tony Lane, and Charles Banton. Diane is here. Thank you. You're still there. So the outline, I just wanted to give you guys a background and bring you forward in the 3 years we've been operating. Bring you up to date on the Chesapeake Bay total maximum daily load, that's TMDL. MS4 infrastructure, I've been hanging around with Stormwater Geeks for the last 2 days with the Department of Environmental Quality, so I'll skip the acronyms. MS4, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, and then bring you some of the projects we've completed and then some we have on the drawing board. So in June of 2015, City Council approved a steady revenue source for the stormwater program. And that was voted on. The next slide shows what that program, no, go back. No.
No, go back.
Right there, yep. So the first two bullets, implement the MS4 permit, the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System permit, and meet all state regulations. That's really the core of what we have to do. We're obligated to meet those objectives. Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, that means Hopewell meets a population threshold and population density. City of Richmond, City of Colonial Heights, Petersburg, County of Chesterfield, Henrico, those are all municipal separate storm sewer system localities. As an example, Prince George is not. They don't have the population nor the density to meet that threshold. The separate storm sewer system is everything that conveys stormwater. Nothing is allowed to go into or come out of that system other than stormwater. We are responsible for everything that leaves that system, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So we have to implement those 6 minimum control measures, and just real quickly, public education and outreach, public participation, illicit discharge detection and elimination. That's where we make sure nothing going in or out of that system is anything but stormwater. So we have over 280 outfalls, and we're finding new ones every day, every week, every month. So we investigate those every year as we're required to, and submit reports identifying that it's only stormwater coming out of those systems. And if we find anything else, we have to carry forward enforcement to eliminate that illicit discharge. Erosion and sediment control for land disturbing activities is number 4. Post-construction stormwater management is number 5. We review all the plans, we issue the permits, we conduct inspections, we make sure things are built that were supposed to be built the right way, and if not, we hold the contractors or the owners or developers accountable. And then number 6 is pollution prevention and good housekeeping for municipal operations. So those are the 6 minimum control measures. The 7th is a special condition, and that's the TMDL, the total maximum daily load for the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. I'll talk about that in a minute. And the last bullet on there, provide or meet all state regulations. We are a Virginia Stormwater Management Program Authority and a Virginia Erosion and Sediment Control Program Authority. And with that comes a big fat set of regulations that tells us all the stuff we have to do. It's way overly complicated for what we actually do, but it allows the state to ride herd on us and make sure we're consistent with the law. So we are, okay. So the next slide is a table, and the first column is the level of service. Back in 2015, these were the options presented to council. So LOS is level of service. That was based on a predicted revenue established by the amount of impervious cover on any given parcel in the city. So a single-family home was considered an equivalent residential unit. And the dollar amounts in that first column, starting at the top with LOS 5 at $8 per ERU, down to level of service 1, $4. Just to give you an idea, there are 27 localities in the Commonwealth with a stormwater utility. The average is $6.20. The median is $4.50, and the 90th percentile is $11.66. So our current rate of $4 per ERU is a little bit on the low side, but not by much. So some of the other columns, staffing, you'll notice that it's very consistent with office staff. 3 were considered to be the minimum. And so we have myself, the program manager, Diane Cook is the water quality analyst, John DeGroot is the stormwater utility engineer. The maintenance crew went from 7 to 0. So that's quite a range, and talk a little more about that in a second. Next column, technical support. That was intended to be any stormwater design consulting services. So we contract with a local engineering firm to provide design services. MS4 permit compliance, that's doing all those things, those 6 minimum control measures I talked about, the TMDL, all that stuff. So again, that was a consistent budget estimate of $385,000 a year for all 5 levels of service. MS4 projects, so storm drainage system repairs and upgrades. So that number was consistent until you get down to level of service 1. And then TMDL projects, that number gradually decreases with each level of service. And then finally, equipment starts out strong at level of service 4 and 5, but then it drops to 0. So the red box at the bottom is where we ended up, level of service 1. Notice the equipment and the maintenance personnel are both at 0, and we've been able to do better than that. We'll talk about that with the next slide. So by year, our actual revenue, as opposed to predicted, is about 0.85 million or 850,000. We actually bill closer to 900 and change thousand, but between the non-payments and people moving and houses being vacant and not collecting that revenue, it averages over the last 3 years to be about 850,000. You'll notice in FY15, we had a $1 million startup seed money provided by Water Renewal, and that was during the first year of collecting revenue. We added 2 crew members in FY17 and 18, and then the last column on the right represents what that crew has been able to do with the maintenance equipment that we were able to buy. And if you remember, those were budgeted at 0. So we've been able to wisely spend our money to leverage as much as we could. The $290,000 worth of maintenance is actually a quantitative assessment based on what it would have cost to contract that work out. So that 2-man crew, it's like me trying to, I can't think of a good analogy, with one hand tied behind my back, because 2 crew members can't maintain a safe work zone project without having a project take a lot longer than it should. So technical support was replaced with the billing service contract. So in other words, for the city to collect that revenue, we had to contract with the vendor to send out those bills. It's paired with the sewer, trash, and stormwater. Those three items go out on a bill, and we spend about $100,000 a year on that service. MS4 compliance contracting, you can see it started out strong the first year of the program, but we've been able to replace that contracting with our in-house expertise and manpower. So it's a lot of work. I won't try and sugarcoat that. It is an incredible volume of work. Saw a presentation today from Prince William County, big county. They have a lot of people, but the work they do, it's the same amount of work we do. They just have that many more people doing it. So we multitask. It's a tall order. MS4 projects. If you remember, that was estimated to be $100,000 a year, but then it went to zero. We average $100,000 a year with that level of service one. It doesn't always go $100,000 each year, but if you average those FY 16 through 19, it's about $100,000 a year. And I'll show you some of those projects in a minute. TMDL projects, there are some big numbers in that column. Riverside Park, Stormwater Greenway, and an upcoming project, Hopewell High School, Mathis Park Stream Restoration, and the City Point Road Outfall Channel. So the next slide shows the Riverside Park Stormwater Greenway, and the biggest thing I want to emphasize there is down near the bottom of that. Go up a little more. $3,190 per pound of phosphorus removed. So VDOT, when they purchase credits, because they can't get the nutrient and sediment removal that they're required to get on every project, so they go out and buy credits. They're spending between $10,000 and $19,000 per pound. So our number of $3,190 is extremely competitive. And part of that's because of the grants. So if you see that column, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, I don't know if Ann has left, but she said when they're no longer around, we have a good thing going with them. So if we can keep it up, we have 2 grant years in a row that we've successfully gotten National Fish and Wildlife grants, so we want to keep that going. We got a separate grant from NIFWIF, that's National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and SLAF, Stormwater Local Assistance Fund, that's from Virginia DEQ. So there was a whole lot that went on with that grant in addition to the Greenway, all the tree canopy assessment, outreach to citizens, rain gardens, rain barrels, all that was part of that grant. So we didn't spend it all on Riverside Park. The next slide is a photograph or two of the project. Lots of parts and pieces to that project. There's bioretention, permeable pavement, regenerative stormwater conveyance, on and on. That's reflected by the cost. It was an expensive project, there's no doubt about it. But on the plus side, we resuscitated Riverside Park. We got a lot of great PR out of it. We had a video with the Riverwalk. They included Riverside Park in that video, which was very nice. Got a lot of compliments on that video from folks all over the state today with this meeting with DEQ. But most importantly, I think I'd say it demonstrated our chops to the grantors, right? So DEQ grant, CBF grant, NIFWIF grant, and now we can add Virginia Environmental Endowment. You can go to the next slide. So these upcoming projects, if you look at that number in the green box, we're down to $439 per pound of phosphorus. And that number is going to get better once we actually finish all the engineering. There's a sediment analysis, a nutrient analysis that you do in the design of these stream restorations. So the number that cost per pound is based on is a default rate that you use when you haven't done all the analysis yet. So that number will undoubtedly get more impressive. So the Hopewell High School, and I should just add, We just found out earlier this month from the Virginia Environmental Endowment, and that is included in that list. We got $261,000 from VEE. So the next slide is some photographs. City Point Road outfall channel, for those of you familiar with the little low point in City Point between Fairview and Brooklawn. City Engineer's Office is going to improve that drainage to get that water off the road. We're going to come in with a project to restore that channel. It doesn't do it justice in these pictures, but it's about a 7-foot deep eroded gully that reaches all the way down to Broadway. We're not going to do the entire reach, but we're going to do this channel to where it hits the main channel. Future projects will hopefully extend it down to Broadway, but it's about 500 linear feet of stream restoration. The next slide is a photograph of the Hopewell High School Mathis Park stream restoration. That channel is interesting. If you keep walking upstream, you get to a point where you cannot get out of that channel unless you go back. You're blocked by trees. About a dozen trees have fallen in the channel and blocked the way. You can put your hands out and roughly hit either side of the channel, and you're about 12 to 15 feet in this channel. So that is going to be our next project. The neatest thing about it was good having all the teachers here. I guess they didn't want to stick around. We have a partnership with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation to pursue expanding what the state considers to be a meaningful watershed educational experience. I don't know if they call it a MeWe or a MWE. I've heard a lot of different versions of that. But the goal is to teach kids the relationship between what we do on the uplands and how that affects a watershed, and then how that watershed affects water quality in our local streams, and then in the Appomattox River, the James River, and the Chesapeake Bay and beyond. And the biggest emphasis is that it is a huge industry right now. Stream restoration, water quality, Chesapeake Bay, restoring the bay, all these things have become huge science-based higher education curriculums. And kids just don't know about it. They don't teach, the meaningful watershed experiences. You take the kids out on a boat, which is great. We had a great time doing that. But take it to the next level and understand the STEM subject matter that they can now is being offered in college, but you just don't know it until someone shows it to you or knocks you over the head with it. All right, so the next slide is a list. We're, again, in partnership with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. The Tree Stewards is part of the grant. That's also assisting with this Riverside, Mathis Park, Hopewell High School restoration. So $98,000 is going to the restoration. Another $101,000 is going to that long list of things. So there's going to be a lot of activity all over the city that all the citizens will be able to take advantage of. The next slide, Chesapeake Bay TMDL Watershed Implementation Plan, or the WIP. The stormwater program and our discharge into the local rivers and streams and the Chesapeake Bay was governed by the WIP 2. That hasn't changed. Our obligations are locked in. If we had a moving target, we'd be storming the gates of DEQ if they started to move the goalposts on us. Unfortunately, the wastewater treatment plant does have the goalposts moving, and so the WIP 3 is not all represented here. This is just how it affects the stormwater program. But what this slide shows, go up a little further. What it shows is where we are on the far right lower column. Phase 2 action plan reductions. About 1,800 pounds of nitrogen, a little over 600 pounds of phosphorus, and 150-some thousand pounds of sediment, or total suspended solids. We actually have already met our 2023 goal at an incredibly cost-effective rate. And we're very close to the 2028, or in the Bay program parlance, 2025 goals. We're 78% of the way there on nitrogen. We're 100% there on phosphorus. So we've met our goal, we have excess. And sediment, we're 85%. So we can't really applaud too much until we actually get 100% of all three, because 1 out of 3 isn't gonna cut it. So we obviously have a lot of time to continue to build towards those goals. The next slide shows the Chesapeake Bay Phase 2, which the Phase 1 brought us up through our first permit cycle, which ended in 2018. The new one starting on July 1 of 2018, we have a Phase 2 action plan. And that's what we're operating under right now. It's actually out for public comment now. It's on the website, and we have an email address for citizens to offer comments. It's a good plan. It's cost effective. I don't know how many comments we'll get. The first action plan, none. It's not the most engaging topic. And if you read this thing, it'll get your head spinning with all the numbers. So, but I encourage you to read it. The next slide are the MS4 infrastructure repairs and upgrades. These projects were the kind of things that when we scratch the surface and find out that we're just hitting the tip of the iceberg, right? So these are the ones that we actually could accomplish, or they were the first step in what will eventually be a much bigger project. I don't know if y'all have questions about any one of those. You know, I'll be glad to talk through them, or at maybe another time off, give everyone a chance to get home tonight. And then future projects on the next slide. One thing I would like to point out, the map in the middle of that collage of pictures is about a 550-acre watershed that discharges through where the 2 railroads cross. I think Norfolk Southern is on top, CSX is on the bottom. And if you look at the opening that train goes through, it's a very small opening. If you look at the openings that the stormwater goes through, they're even smaller. And it's a choke point. If you look up in that watershed, we have dozens and dozens of choke points. So we need to analyze that watershed, because people way up in the upper part of that watershed, when we get these heavy, heavy rainstorms that the system just can't handle, it should be doing better than it does. And the reason it doesn't is we have a lot of obstructions. We have a lot of engineered obstructions, and one of them is right there in the lower right corner. It's a big sewer pipe encased in concrete going right through a manhole. So if you don't think that affects the amount of water that can get through that system, and that's just one of them. Some of the other projects in that watershed, I think, the 2 pipes there at, I think that's Bluefield, with the trash can in it. We had a lot of flooding during a heavy storm. Oh, we must have deficient system. No, we
Trying to
just
figure out
have a
what that
big
was.
trash can full of trash stuck in there.
Wow.
But the real thing to notice about that, there's 3 streets with that exact same type of pipe system. All 3 are completely rusted out underneath. And I believe it's Joseph Hooker actually has a hole forming in the pavement. And so there's gonna be a barrel there until we can get that fixed. That's an expensive fix. We're working with the city engineer's office to coordinate some projects and try and bundle these things together. We hope we can hold out long enough before implementing that project. The picture at the top of that slide, I just want to point out, because we have several of these. This is a pipe that's under about 23 feet of earth. And to excavate that pipe to fix it would require a hole bigger than the property where it's located. And there's a church and houses, and we have to figure out a way to fix that. And it's a little bit too far gone to do a trenchless repair. But the reason I wanted to show that to you is we could not have determined that that problem existed unless we could run a camera through that pipe. So we've had to either hire a contractor or beg and bribe Water Renewal to stop what they have to do in looking at the sewer systems, because that's got to be a bigger priority. We replace thousands of feet of sewer line every year because they run a camera through and they see the pipe is gone. It's just, all it is a tunnel through dirt, or it's completely blocked with roots, right? So they have a lot of things going on, and when those systems fail, you'll hear about it because people's toilets are going the wrong way. But we have situations all the time that we know there's a problem, but we don't know where it is. We know we have cracked pipes, or we know we have joints coming apart, but we don't know exactly where they are until a sinkhole forms in someone's yard. So the number one complaint our crews deal with are sinkholes in people's yards. And if they show up in the street, we find out even quicker. The last picture on the left, I want to mention that because that is going to be our next grant opportunity. We have 6 identified outfalls. In other words, a storm drain pipe dumps water. That water is now scouring a new Grand Canyon in the city of Hopewell. We want to restore those outfalls. The credit system that we get points for nutrients and sediment has just been updated. It was approved by the Bay program, I think, the 18th. So it just came out. I just found out about it. So we can now apply for the grant funding, and it'll be a competitive grant because the reductions that we can get by fixing those is well worth the investment. So with that, the last slide, I think I've emphasized, or at least I hope I have, what our future needs are. We really need a third crew member. We just can't operate. I could tell you the story of the guy getting out of the bulldozer after he's loaded it into the truck to get in the truck to drive it to the dump, or he dumps it, he gets out of the truck into a different bulldozer to spread it out, then he gets back in the truck to drive back, and what should take about 20 minutes takes half a day, right? So we kind of, it's not that bad because we do have 2 guys, but we definitely need that third person. Pipe camera, and then a work truck. I just found out the truck that we've been using, one of the trucks we've been using, was back in the shop today. So we have a functionally obsolete pickup truck that we're getting our money's worth out of it. So with that, I'm done. I hope this was okay to follow without all the colors and the fancy PowerPoint. I've had enough PowerPoint today, though I have this forehead. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't get the chance to tee it up, but I'll wait for questions first, but you did a great job.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
I do.
You do? Counselor Holloway?
On page 49. Sorry. On page 49, where you have an asterisk besides street sweeping.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that indicative of?
So the crediting system, so the Bay program convenes expert panels, and they decide if a locality does this type of a practice or a best management practice, how do we credit that towards cleaning up the bay? Street sweeping, when we run the sweepers day and night through the city, we come back with multiple loads of stuff. It's gross, dirty, leaves, trash, sand, sediment, you name it. The Bay program decides how do you credit that. Nutrients and the parameter in the Chesapeake Bay is sediment or total suspended solids. So total suspended solids is not the sandy stuff that the sweeper's good at picking up. So we have another sweeper that is good at picking that up, but it can only cover a certain amount of ground every day. So they looked at all these different sweeper types, and they looked at all the research into if we sweep once a week, if we sweep twice a week, if we sweep once every 2 weeks, what does that do to water quality in the creek? And so based on that information, we have to meet a certain frequency with a certain type of sweeper to maximize the credit. So the credit we've been getting has been reduced. And I reflected that in these numbers, but if we can't keep the sweepers on the road, we're not gonna meet the frequency that we have to sweep. And if you're familiar with you're all familiar with Winston Churchill Boulevard. If the mechanical broom sweeper, which is the workhorse of sweepers, right? We have the regenerative air, which is this fancy temperamental machine that sprays water and it vacuums, and if it hits big, clunky stuff, it clogs up. It just is not as strong of a piece of equipment. But we need to pick up those fine, small things. But Winston Churchill Boulevard, with Dominion Biofuels bringing in truckloads of wood chips, and West Rock bringing in both wood chips and logs, if that mechanical broom sweeper is out of commission for repairs for more than a few days, you notice the gutter pans are full of wood chips. If it's out of commission for a couple of weeks, the inlets on Winston Churchill, right by the railroad crossing, because that's where the trucks bounce and all that stuff catches wind. This is when they're leaving town, the trucks. Some of the storm inlets become like Brita filters, right? They're just full of wood chips, and we have to vacuum all that stuff out. So I think we're doing well on our other efforts, that if the sweeping credit went away completely, we still sweep for aesthetics and safety, keep the road free of debris, but we're not going to be able to continue to get the credit, and that may not hurt us because we're getting enough credit with some of our other projects. So I just wanted to clarify that is not going to be an automatic moving forward. The other projects, the stream restoration, as long as we perform our maintenance and monitoring annually of those restorations, those credits will remain forever. As long as we maintain our BMPs, as long as we constantly inspect and document all that is still operating as it should, then we get those credits for the rest of our collective lifetimes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else like to comment? There are no lights, so I'll close with what I meant by tee it up. Everyone here should know I'm on the local government board for Chesapeake Bay. I know you definitely know, and everywhere I've gone, we have a meeting actually on Thursday. We're going to go to Harrisonburg. Everywhere I've gone, people say, "Oh my gosh, Hopewell is so lucky to have Joe." Everyone says that, no matter who it is. People come up and they find out from Hopewell and they rave about you.
Well,
and how you're such a good expert and you're well known in the field.
Thank
and people come to you for guidance, and you have a reputation for sure.
I always am amazed. I've been in this business a long time. My wife says, "How in the world are you still making a living doing stormwater? What's the big deal?" You know? So you stick around long enough and people say good things about you.
Yeah,
So-
no, I mean, but you do have a reputation for being definitely someone who knows their stuff in this field. I was gonna ask you too, I also wanna thank you for doing this presentation. I talked to you some time ago about gathering this information, and I wanna also thank you for taking the time out to actually put everything in there that I had asked for. So you actually put everything in there, so thank you for doing a thorough presentation, and taking your time out to make sure you captured information in a way that we can understand it. Council, as many of you guys are aware, Governor's office is rolling out through phase 3. I sent the email to you and the manager trying to get your feedback to share with LGAC. Vice Mayor Bennett and Councilor Pelham and I were at VML, and we advocated for a change in the legislative policy for VML to include a dollar amount for SLAF funding and to make it be a priority of VML, and that passed. So that is an amendment where VML is going to make that be a priority for this upcoming session. And, you know, the other thing I was going to say is, one thing I really want to have this presentation is because we have a lot of local needs, neighborhood needs for stormwater, because we have flooding. And I've talked to you about that. And I know we have to sit here and gauge what we're going to put money towards, and we don't need to forget about how important this is, because people are impacted with flooding in their yard just as much as they are with potholes in roads. And so when I talked to you last about an issue that's actually my ward, you said you got 2 people, and I'm like, what? And then you're like, one person's on vacation, so I was like, how are you functioning? So I'm glad that she put that in here for us to know what you would need. So this additional person, would that just be to be able to do more projects, or would it just be to, how much would an extra person be able to give you in terms of flexibility to do some more projects or work? I know everything is depending on funding, but still.
Well, two things will happen. The extra person will allow our maintenance crew to eliminate flooding that's caused because a trash can happened to get stuck in a pipe. They can, before it rains, when we know we're gonna get a storm, they go to what they know are the hot spots and make sure the inlets are clear, the culverts are clear. They look for problems before the rain event. So it'll allow them to cover more ground and keep the system clear and perform spot repairs where they can. The other thing that'll be important is as we begin to meet our TMDL load requirements, it'll free up a lot of money to be able to go after some of these bigger neighborhood scale drainage projects. Because some of the ones we've looked at, like I said, we're scratching, it's just the tip of the iceberg, and our annual budget isn't enough to get that project done. The city engineer's office has got projects that are scheduled. He can't just throw something in if it's a big dollar project. So as we are able to, we can begin to come to council with capital improvement projects that would be independent of that stormwater utility fee funding if it's a priority.
Okay, I do have a few, 2 more questions. When we first created this, 2015, we did put up the $1 million for it, and we haven't moved off of the $4, I think the rate is. And I know you said, I know we estimated we was gonna get back, it was estimated it was gonna get that much money back when council put forth the $1 million. But you said real life, we're getting about 850,000. So if we were to increase that to make it comparable to the region to $6, do you think that would be enough of an impact that you really could either hire someone and then also look at some other additional projects, or we need to put definitely more money into this?
Well, the only limitation I foresee is just having the manpower to implement capital improvement projects. I think the city engineer's office can probably share more anecdotal information in terms of how much time and effort it takes to have a large infrastructure repair project going on. I know when we've done these stream restoration projects, have said, hey, we want to also do a major pipe repair replacement. It would have been a lot to try and juggle with the other program responsibilities. So I think we would definitely do more projects. It would be balanced between do we contract the construction administration and project management with the project out to a contractor, or do we do that in-house? And some projects it may make sense to contract it out because they're so big. Other projects may make sense to do them in-house. So it's a case by case. But that being said, it would definitely allow us to do more. I mean, yeah, it's all a question of money.
Okay, and the last question I asked the clerk, can you scroll to his last page presentation? Can you give us some guesstimate ranges for the amount of money for I think you had the person, the camera, and the truck. Yep, these needs right here, guesstimates.
Yeah, the third person, and when we go through the budget process, we have a worksheet and you plug in the pay grade or the grade of the position. So I estimated it around $70,000 a year. The camera, we have, there are 2 types of camera. One I would call basic. It does not allow us to see everything we would need to see. It'll tell us, hey, this pipe is blocked. But as we're going towards the blockage, we can't look at the joints of each section of pipe. So basic is in the $15,000 range. The fancy would be in the $65,000 to $80,000 range. And the work truck, I want to say, is in it's a side compartment is about 49,000.
Thank
And,
you.
and part of the goal with that truck is to be able to put a hoist on the back, because we've had several instances where we cannot lift if we need to get things out of a manhole or get the grate off the manhole, we have to end up bringing an excavator out with a chain and grab it. And so it takes a crew just to lift a manhole lid or a grate. The crane would allow us to lift that off. It would also allow us to lower someone into a confined space. We have a few of those in the city where we have underground storage or vaults. So it's safer to be able to, bring someone up and down. So it's more than just a pickup truck, but it's not a full-blown dump truck. So it's in between.
Thank you. Councilor Parton?
I just want to thank you again for your presentation, and I want to also thank you for taking the time to talk with me about the needs for your department, your division within Public Works. And this is something that I'm very passionate about, along with road repaving, infrastructure in general. Maybe it's because I'm an engineer. Who knows?
Solidarity, brother.
But when you put on here the slide that talks about your future needs, that's what I really want to focus on, because with the bare bones budget that you're given and the fact that you've been able to apply and get for the city hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of grant money that city taxpayers don't have to pay into these projects in order to meet these limits set forth by the state, that we can use that money for other projects in order to better improve the quality of life for our residents. I mean, I think that it would be very good to make this investment into the stormwater division here within Public Works. And I also want to congratulate you on getting the $260,000 grant from the Virginia
Thank you.
Environmental Endowment, which again saved a ton of money for the Hopewell High School Mathis Field project that's on the horizon. And I mean, I think it would be very prudent for City Council that we can reward such good behavior, that essentially this project, at least from all the grant money that you've gotten and the estimates that you put forth, probably is not going to cost the city anything if I'm adding the numbers correctly.
The total, I think,
Or it's going to be very minimal, 55,000?
Mhm.
Okay, so, I mean, I'd like to make a motion that come the next November meeting, that we put on the agenda to request approval for his equipment needs for the pipe camera and the work truck, and that the money that he saved from the Virginia Environmental Endowment, we can use that money that he was going to put in with the the fees that we pay each month, and we can move that money in to buy these pieces of equipment for you to better do your job, and let the grant money finish out the project.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Point of order, I guess, would it be more appropriate? Should he
Should I-
have to get permission or whatever it is, or does he just make the motion?
Yeah, he can make the motion.
Okay.
Okay, just,
Can you repeat the motion?
it didn't have a second. You wanted to repeat it?
Yeah, I just want to repeat, because I want to know the numbers that
Sure.
he just,
So the motion is to put on next month's agenda for November the approval for the pieces of equipment that he's lined out, the pipe camera and the work truck.
At what cost?
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He can bring back the options and we can make that decision. So that way, we can weigh, what we want to do.
15 to 80,000.
I just want to make a point of clarity. There was a motion on the floor. He's already made the motion.
Okay,
Does
fine.
anyone have a second for it?
My only question is, we can,
Gotta get a
I
second
just
for
want to see,
discussion.
the long term, I know we can talk about doing the purchasing part.
A
What
point
about
of
the
order, we don't have a
future
second on the
There-
floor, we can't discuss.
Thank you.
Oh,
So
we
the
can't
point of, no, we
discuss.
can't, that's what I was trying. So there is no second, so I'll call on you to ask your questions, but the motion dies for lack of second. Counselor Pelham had a line on too. Do you have any other comments?
I'm okay. I don't,
I have a-
I just
Oh, I'm
want
asking him. He has the
questions.
floor.
Well, I tried.
Well, I'll be glad to
Yeah.
research.
Yeah.
The truck cost is
Yeah,
a
it's
state
costly.
contract or city contract, so there's not a lot of wiggle room there. But for the camera, there's definitely some options, and I can provide you the options, and then you can make a decision based on that.
Yeah, I guess,
1 second. So, Counselor Parton, are you done with the floor?
I am.
Counselor Pelham and then Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes, the original R10 request for appropriation of funds for Mathis Park water line, does that have anything to do with the Mathis product that you just spoke of?
No, ma'am.
No,
Okay, so it wouldn't, what you're doing is not gonna improve the water pipe that are needed for Mathis Park?
correct.
Okay.
Any other comments? Counselor Pelham? Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Counselor
Thank you.
Randolph?
oh,
I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Bennett, then Counselor Randolph.
I'm not opposed to, what Counselor Parton, you know, had recommended. I think the position that I'm in right now, or the way I personally feel, is we just need to have a plan, because we can purchase equipment, but what about the maintenance? What about having that being sustained? A CCTV, I know there's maintenance that needs to go with it. Just a better plan, that way we can just, you know, really focus on not just, hey, we're just gonna give this money, but the long term, so that we can have a plan, a sustainable plan.
That's reasonable.
But Councilor Parton, you made really great points, and with the stormwater, as the mayor did say, it's very important that we look at infrastructure in its entirety. So, yeah, that's where I stand, and that's all, I just was talking, and I didn't want to.
Thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
I'm right there with Counselor Bennett.
Vice.
I have, no problems with what was proposed, but I like to, chew it over for an hour or two before I make decisions, especially financially, since we have so many needs in
Sure.
different areas. So I would appreciate if you could bring to us, you gave a range of $15,000 to $80,000 for a camera. That's a big range.
There were two different cameras.
Yes, I
in it,
understand,
right,
but
right.
if you could bring us, you
Sure.
know, a little bit more information and a little more finite information on the work truck. And as Counselor Bennett said, you know, we probably need to talk it over amongst council and the city manager to talk about finances and, you know, where that would come in the budget for next year for a sustainable third person at a
Absolutely.
salary range of, I think you put in $70,000. I know.
Salary
that's-
and benefits.
Yes,
yeah.
okay, that's salary and benefits.
Yes.
Okay, that's different. So, yes, I'm not adverse to that as well, and I'm sure that many of us on council want to look at things, but we need a little bit more time than, you know, to head us up and then maybe get something more appropriate to give us some decision-making based on. Thank you.
Before we do, second rounds, I do have a recommendation, not a recommendation, a suggestion to council. One ask that we did have on a previous agenda, we didn't get to it, is we're about to start up the budget talks with, well, staff is. December is supposed to be submitted. We do have a finance committee. What we could do is for those two items, the truck and the camera, if we ask for him to give some information to the finance committee to bring back to council, or we can ask for council to get all the staff recommendations like we did previous years in November to begin the conversations to report back to council. Just people are gonna be submitting their stuff in, so, last year we had asked for all of staff's original requests for the budget and the justifications. Maybe that can go to the finance committee to bring back to council that way too. Or you can just do the two items that you talked about to the finance committee for us to report back to council.
I just thought that he could give
One
it to.
second.
Was that not for me?
No, just
Oh,
saying.
I'm sorry, okay.
I'll just, in general, I'm just throwing it out there.
So we
the-
do have, the project was budgeted, and we have 261,000 that we did not have when that budget was put together. So now we have
A surplus.
260,000 that I want to take out of the project. The grant money goes in. Now we have 260,000. So
Sound like you
Oh,
got
so
your
this
money.
is for clarity, you're pretty much trying to shift funds that you had for something else
That's
that you
what
got in
Johnny
these grants.
suggested.
So you
Exactly
go-
what I said.
I was
It's not-
just here to
it was a
present
miss.
the
That's what he
stormwater
said.
program. I wasn't, you
Yeah, I'm gonna
all,
say, this is something.
y'all are
so-
taking this to the next
Thank you.
level, which I appreciate.
Yeah, so. But thank you, because the request was for you to just present out and give council information. That is actually what you did, so thank you for that and sticking to what we were planning to talk about. Counselor Parton?
So again, just like you said, he got a $261,000 grant, and that is excess money for this project. What he wants to do is take it from the project, the fee money that we pay every month. You can use that to purchase equipment in order to make him more efficient. Then he can take the grant money, apply it to the project, and take care of that project and not burden us with a huge cost. So I'm gonna make a different motion, hopefully this one will pass, that you will bring back for, approval, denial, the, prices for a utility bed pickup truck and for the camera options, and also the annual maintenance costs that it will take upon the city for these pieces of equipment at the next November meeting.
The work truck,
Cam,
Yes,
the
it-
truck.
yes, it-
Got that, what is it that?
Can you please repeat your motion, please,
Sure.
for everyone?
So, it is for Mr. Badiata to come back to City Council at the next meeting in November to provide City Council with options on a utility bed pickup truck and for the camera options that he's requested in his presentation, and to provide an annual maintenance cost for these items and what that, expense will be upon the city annually, and then, we can hopefully approve it.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion has been moved and second by Counselor Denton. Now we're up for discussion. Counselor Randolph had her light on first, and then Counselor Pelham.
Okay, I'm better with it being just the finite costs of the truck, and, because we can't take grant monies and put it to salary.
Well, that's-
So,
No,
right,
that's
so
what the
I'm
original
better
motion
with
was.
that.
It's not
but I-
grant money,
What?
One second. Just
it's not grant money.
go ahead, Counselor Randolph.
Go ahead, it's not.
That's not what she was saying, though. Go ahead.
Okay, so, but I still have issues of, I guess I want some input from the
Excuse me,
city
guys.
manager if there is anything that we're not thinking about that you might be able to lend to us before we vote on this.
Okay. Well, one, I would just say, we might want to limit the amount of money that he pulls out of the project, because we're a little bit away from bidding it. As we all know, when we get into projects, there could be change orders. So I wouldn't want to rob the project completely of money, because we may end up in a situation where there's a change order that comes along that it would have been nice to have some of that money sitting there. So I think we have to weigh that out as a part of all of this conversation. So I would say that if you want to do it, you want to limit the scope. So we're limiting it to, the camera's going to be the moving object here. 15 to 80, depending upon the level of camera we get. We have a pretty good fixed truck cost because of the state contract. So it may be that Joe needs to look at contingency pieces for the project and weighing that against really the camera cost to see how much he wants to keep in that project. So we don't run into a situation down the road when we're out there that we needed some money that we just took away, and now we've got to try to put it back. We may not have the money at that time. So looking at the equipment costs with the dollars is a good idea, because we're freeing up money that with the grant, but I would just be cautious in the fact that we need to make sure we have some level of contingency in the project in case we run into a problem.
Okay.
Makes
All right,
sense.
that's fair enough, and that certainly, I would be more in tune with you, as knowledgeable as you are, and everybody says that. I'm sure you're used to looking at contingencies and how much they may cost. And so let's look at that as part of the aspect too, as I'm sure you will. And I would feel more comfortable if we made sure that that was part of the motion as well.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll accept it.
Thank you.
What do you accept?
What'd you say? You accept it?
So I guess you gotta make it a friendly amendment.
I kind of suggested and he accepted, and all I did was ask that Mr. Badiata include that he look at potential contingencies needed for that project before he takes all of that money out to go for the 2 pieces of equipment. And he'll come back to us with that
Right,
next month. Yes.
Counselor Patton had her light on.
Yeah, so what I was saying, it was not grant money he's using. He used the grant money for whatever, and that leaves the fee money that you're dealing with. You named 70,000 as a possibility for a salary, 85 for the top line for a camera, and maybe up to 50,000. You said 45, I say 50. That's only $205,000. So that leaves $56,000 in that fee money. Is that correct? So if it leaves 55 for change orders, he already has all this money. We don't have to do anything. Well, unless I'm misunderstanding something. And I spoke to our city manager earlier about adjusting something in the budget for one of, like the legacy grant thing. And he expressed to me that he really didn't want directors to come with changes to the budget until January at least. And I guess we'll be, I mean, if we gonna give them the money, it's a need, but tell me, will you have $56,000 left of the fee money if you get involved with all 3 of these items? Is that correct?
Yes. What we typically do, looking at the year, the fiscal year, and when the maintenance crew is out and they're repairing things, they come back and say, hey, we got a problem. We look at how much money we have to
Okay.
finish the year, and we say we'll do it or we won't. Let's do something smaller,
So 135 without the extra person out of the 260, that's even better to give you a contingency for any special projects that may need extra money.
Right.
So all you'll be bringing back to us is I'm willing to vote for that if you take it out of this $260,000 and not obligate extra money out of the budget, out of sequence for next budget year, because it's already there. It's a no-brainer. So if that's the case, bring it on, I guess. We can do that. But and if you want to leave the maintenance person out to next fiscal year, that'd be great too, and give you a contingency in half. So
Yep, I'm good.
that settles it.
Any other comments? So, Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion on the floor?
I approved it.
For Mr. Badiata to bring back at the November 12th meeting for approval, excuse me, by council, the prices for the utility bed pickup truck and the camera options, and information regarding the annual maintenance costs for those pieces of equipment, and to look at potential contingency for the project and bring information back to council as well.
That's what I have written down too.
Very good.
Thank you. So everybody is on the same page? Any other discussion? You heard the motion, so we don't have to repeat it again. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Absolutely yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Move on to the next item on the agenda is actually the Information Technology Department Strategic Plan. While she's setting up Dr. Maker, when she came on board, she's been updating a lot of stuff in the city. But prior to now, the IT department wasn't really treated as a department, it was more like an office. And so now that we have a full-time, now we have a director that's upgrading a lot of things around the city. She took the time out to create a strategic plan about what needed to be updated, so that way we can be up 21st century. And there was another ask for this agenda for the policies, but they're still being reviewed, and that'll be on the November agenda.
Flew off. Oh, no, it just flew off.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, and members of council. Today, I'm here to present to you the IT Department Strategic Plan. I would like to begin by stating that the IT department before I arrived was a break-fix department. We have now moved from a break-fix department to actually getting in front of the issue. So, for example, what I mean by this is that if water renewal were to call us, or social services call us and say, hey, something is down, we need you guys to fix it. There was no way for the IT department to know that Public Works was down in the water. So now we have instituted several software packages that will allow us to see the different departments that are remote to us, and we can now understand what is happening as it occurs. So that's one big improvement to the IT department. We have now moved away to actually getting ahead of the problems. I would also like to say that the IT department consists of seven individuals, including myself. There are 5 technical people and 1 web developer and / social media. So he's not a technical person, but he's a member of the IT team. There are 3 subject matter experts, and there are 2 technical techs that go out who are first hand in tackling the problem. We support over 650 tickets per month with 5 people. So we are not in short of things to do in the IT department. We are a small department, but we complete the same amount of work at the same levels that a city of Richmond, a Fairfax, and a Virginia Beach. We are on call 7 days a week, all 5 individuals. The web developer does not participate in the on-call schedule because he's not technical enough to support calls that come in. And none of my guys receive overtime pay. So they receive comp time for working overtime. So what that means is that every day of the, 1 day out of the week, on Fridays or Mondays, at least 1 or 2 individuals are missing. So regularly I operate with 4 people. Okay. So let's start with the IT plan. I just decided to create a roadmap for the IT department, and so I came up with a mission. We all decided that our mission was to deliver the best proven technology and services available for computer, data, telecommunications, mapping, critical business systems to employees and public through the excellent customer service, continuous improvement, innovative problem solving, adhere to standardized information best practices, and collaborative solution. Our vision is to become an integral partner with our customers and our community to enable the city to be recognized as a leader in technology. And we pride ourselves in innovation, transparency, and accountability. All right, so focus area 1. We divided our focus into 4 areas, so this presentation will not be long. The first area is to create a integrated digital user experience. So we looked across our platforms to determine what that meant to us. We have a software called Laserfish that was underutilized, At the time, only the police department used Laserfish to store their documents and scan in documents for historical purposes. HR is also another heavy user of Laserfish. But what we've done over the past year is to take some of those features and extend it to all departments. So now it's the document data management system, and it also allows us to turn our forms into a digital format. So our citizens online can actually go online, fill out the form digitally, and the forms also go directly to the department head. So it reduces paper and it saves costs. Okay. We also created what's called One Login. It's a piece of software that allow users. All departments have several, sometimes 20 different applications, and they spend all day long contacting the help desk because they've lost their password or they can't remember their password. And One Login allows us to bring all those applications into one. So when a user needs to reset a password on their own, they're able to do that without utilizing the help desk or caller. So it's allowing them to be more self-sufficient. It gives us more time back where we can actually tend to some of the other projects that we have. City intranet, we just actually completed the intranet, which means more productivity, all those announcements that you hear and see throughout the city. We're trying to move the organization to another different type of cultural environment where we all can be together in one location to get all the news, the information, the workspace, the collaboration tools, and all the software that we need to work together. It also serves as a purpose where we can look for our policies. Before, there was no way for us to know where the policies were and which department had a policy. So the internet now brings all that information into one location. We began our voice over IP with the police department, and we were fortunate to extend that to City Hall. And this past budget cycle, you guys awarded the IT department to continue forward with extending our voice over IP. So what this really means is that we're taking away that old PBX system, which is analog, and we're replacing it with voice over IP phones that gives you a lot more flexibility, and it brings down the cost. We're already paying for internet services, so now we can utilize telephone services through that same amount instead of an additional cost using analog phones. Okay. The next two softwares are enterprise scheduling. Now you can look across the entire organization to see what's available, how to schedule rooms for meetings without spending countless hours on the phone trying to track running down someone over in social services to see what's available, allowing them to get back with you, look at their schedule. It just takes days. Now we're talking about minutes. Municode software, we were going to have training over that tonight, but maybe another day. The Municode agenda software, I think we're kind of getting used to it. You know, it's working pretty good with allowing us to create our agenda software electronically. Focus area 2, deliver effective technology services and connect residents to their government. So this is a lengthy process. We have instituted several apps that allow us to do this, which is the Click to Report app. You can download it on your phone. Citizens now have the ability to report an issue through the app. Notify Me is real-time notification. You can sign up through the website. You can get updates about traffic alerts. You can get updates about active shooter event, anything that we deem necessary for the public to know. If you are a resident, you can sign up for that service and you can get real-time email or real-time text, however you sign up. You may sign up to choose to receive this by email or by text. Our website has been redesigned. It's been available now for almost a year. It's hopewellva.gov. Our web designer, he spend a lot of time with updating the information, as we receive the information. And then TIMS, Tyler Incident Management System, is web-based. It's a back-end office that allows the user, for us, to see what incidents are coming in from the citizens. So that saves time. Before, Ms. Pershing used to, that's that my time?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No.
No, keep going.
Before, Ms. Pershing was bombarded with phone calls with, every day, the things that are happening in the community. So now we have a software that will allow us to actually be able to organize and see where those complaints are coming, and then it's sent out to you guys monthly in a monthly report. Focus area 3. We really would like to, the IT department, we're the type of people where we like to just sit in our corner and hide away. But we really have tentacles in every department. It's really hard for you as a department to actually get something done without IT, And so we really want to become a leader in fostering such things as economic development, So we like to participate on things, and we have these grant ideas. We came up with one idea that says One IT enterprise for Hopewell. And what that really means is that we started and we completed the fiber process of installing fiber from our different locations back to City Hall. So before, there were VPN connections between every department, which posed a security risk. But now that we have fiber connections, we now can bring those other departments into City Hall, and we can actually manage them. And then public Wi-Fi. At some point, there's a really big dream for us to make downtown using some of the existing fiber we have, so no additional cost, to create a ring network for public Wi-Fi. And then focus area 4, strengthen cybersecurity and drive data-driven decision-making. So cybersecurity is close to my heart. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I don't want to invite anyone to test my network. But cybersecurity is an area that I think we should strengthen. We hear about the Atlantas and the Baltimores being hit with ransomware, but really, 80% of the ransomware are coming from small localities such as Hopewell. And the reason why is because we don't have the tools in place. And some of the tools are very expensive that cities this size have difficulties wrapping their head around as towards the need. But as the IT director, I'm really concerned and really cautious about that because we protect people's data, and I think that should be in the forefront of everyone's mind. We are here to not only, help with getting the citizens what they need, but we're here to also protect them when they make payments downstairs in the treasurer's office. It's the IT's department to ensure that they can make that payment safely. And so there are processes in place, there's tools in place, and there's software that we should, at some point visit to ensure that we strengthen and build upon the areas that we need to. And lastly, we have instituted a disaster recovery plan, which is for short called DRAS. And we back up our data to an off-site facility that's being replicated every minute of the day. So every time there's a change, there's a replication. In the event that there is a catastrophe and or an attack, that we can ensure that the city continues to move forward, providing that that software did not get replicated at that time of attack. So we have some safeguards in place to protect ourselves. All right, and technology modernization goals. Digital security initiative, we want to continue to focus, expand, move forward with that. We want to also continue with digital transformation. We would like to look at some smart city initiatives somewhere down the line, and an open data initiative. Towards the end of the project, the plan, you'll notice that there are some projects that are outlined. I put marked the years that I thought that we could possibly start to tackle that. Refreshing some of the software. Before, there wasn't a program to refresh any of our tools. At some point, the city manager and I will have a discussion about whether or not we need to move some of our data, we're very data heavy, into the cloud, or whether we bring it in-house. And some of the issues that revolves around that is because we're very, very small. And the more we bring in-house, we save costs because we manage it here. However, I have 5 people doing 20 jobs, and it becomes to a point where we're not being efficient with the jobs that we're managing because we're taking on more and more and more. So either we have that service managed in the cloud and the infrastructure managed in the cloud, which is costly because it's an ongoing cost, yearly cost, or we eventually at some point expand the IT department to take on some more of these processes that we continue to grow. As we continue to grow, add more data, adding more components to our infrastructure, adding more servers and equipment. So this is just a high-level plan. Obviously, it can be tweaked as we complete some sooner or later. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph?
Currently, Dr. Maker, you said you haven't had a hardware replacement program at all?
At all.
Okay, so the equipment, some of the hardware in the building hasn't been replaced in ever?
So yes, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay. A lot of the IT infrastructure that was implemented over 10 years ago. And we have now come to the end of life on a lot of that equipment. 2017, months before I came in the door, there were several servers that were replaced because they had ended, and it actually caused police to be offline for numerous days. So that area, yes, in some places, yes, but we are now at equipment refresh time.
Do you have a single contract or anticipate a single contract with a purchase agreement for hardware for future?
We have several that we use, that we allow them to bid against each other to give us the best price. So yes, we have avenues.
What do you do, or what is the anticipation of what you do with the old equipment?
The old equipment it goes through our program here at Hopewell that takes the equipment and I'm not sure what they do.
Donates?
Yeah. something like that.
Does something with it, okay. And then lastly, you've asked about, or mentioned, about bringing the, data in-house or moving up to the cloud. The capacity that we have to store in-house would be for, trying to equate that to the number of years that
Okay,
would-
so we're at 20 terabytes of data.
Right,
20 terabytes equates to 7 years.
right. That's all we've got right
And
now.
we're 10 years in equipment, so
Right.
we're 3 years past our end of life date
Right.
based on the amount of data that we currently have. Our data in the last 4 years has doubled.
Right. So that would include fishing or filming online storage for documentation. And then, you would be looking at server storage.
Yes,
And, I know server storage can range, because unfortunately I work for a bank and we have to do the same thing.
server storage can range from $80,000 to $165,000,
Right.
depending on whether you are what we call a RAID,
Right,
RAID 1 through 5.
Right.
That allows you to replicate the data
Right.
across different drives.
right. And do we have the capacity currently to even house enough servers to take us for the next 10 years?
No.
Okay, so we not only have a storage issue for the data storage, but we have a storage issue for on-site physical storage
Yes.
through servers.
Which is why the conversation as to why we should consider, or if we are open to consider cloud storage versus bringing it in-house, or keeping it in-house. It's in-house currently.
I understand, but as we do as a bank, you've gotta know some of the, not just costs, but concerns for cloud storage.
So my personal suggestion would be to keep our financial data
Yes, ma'am.
in-house.
Okay,
We could probably move some other data to the cloud that's not
as critical.
as
Sure.
critical.
Gotcha, thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
In that vein, do we use Google so that, I guess is that the cloud? I'm very ignorant about the terminology.
That's all right.
So,
No, we
okay, so do we use Google?
No, ma'am.
But won't that give you a lot of space?
So Google for enterprise cloud costs money because you have to provide that cloud storage to every individual in the city, because we can't share one drive.
Something else like that. Are you now control everything coming through your office as an entity to decide what's available to purchase, or everyone's doing their own thing in IT? Has it been?
There has not been a
consult-
policy, but I would say that 90% of the people, 95% will always come and ask for IT's input prior to making a purchase. And I owe Mr. City Manager that policy by November the 1st.
Oh, okay, good. So that way, I guess you plan on mandating that anyone before they purchase, because they could purchase and then contract for maintenance through another company that may not even be
Sure.
compatible to what you do, so,
No, I would,
That's-
It's on the agenda for us to approve.
yeah, okay, good.
we would want, not only software purchases, but all hardware purchases to be
Yes,
coordinated
that's
through
more important.
IT.
Yeah, so we already talked to you about getting extra server space, right?
Yeah, we did some
Yeah.
server spaces.
So,
Yeah.
Y'all-
That's in the
y'all
plan
dialogue.
for next budget. That was not budgeted. We're SAN space, storage space. Those are two different things. SAN is storage, and server is the ability to put your information on so other departments can reach that information.
do you ever purge people's emails to get rid of, like on my email, I have like 3,000
Right.
emails, which is probably not necessary. And it's probably not a lot of storage place. Is it a lot of storage space for 3,000 email?
It is, however, so.
Not on yours, but I mean in my school setting.
Right.
So, but if everyone did that, that too would save space of some type, wouldn't it?
So you're referring to an email server. There, for certain individuals, I'm required to keep data for a certain length of time. So for example, all directors, all data, whether it be email or written data, I'm required to keep for 5 years.
Okay.
Data coming from the city manager, I'm required to keep for 10 years. So I can't just purge. I have, it's
Okay.
based on role and who they are in the organization. And that law is set by
State.
Virginia State, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
You've gotten better.
There are no lights right now, so I have 4 questions I wrote down. Just for clarity on this storage conversation, we did have one discussion in the back when we talked about council supported giving additional, you needed some storage space for your document retention, and we were told that that was in the contingency budget. So are we moving forward with it? Has that purchase happened? That's what she was asking about, because we talked about the closed session.
We're actually researching vendors
Okay.
for that. It should, within the next week, I will have that in front of the city managers to
Okay.
let him know what the decision.
Okay, but so that's moving forward. You're talking about a
Yes.
whole nother different type of storage earlier. Your need for storage, so what I'm describing now, we talked about in the back, that's gonna address this storage charge. You think you're talking about
That's
two different storage
yeah,
points?
I'm
Okay,
talking
that's
about two
what
different
I'm
storage. One storage is gonna address the data issue.
sure. No, I'm good.
The second storage would address the growth,
The retention.
the retention. So we need current storage for the data that we have now.
Right, that's what-
Okay,
Okay, so that's what I wanna make sure you're gonna.
that's
put
what
up.
we're working
Okay.
on now.
Perfect. Then, we talked about, I know we have the plan to have the policies on the November agenda for us to adopt, but one thing that make sure you include is the leasing of the computers. I know we talked about that. It's probably more cost effective for you to lease and have some type of agreement than people to purchase computers.
Sure.
So just make sure you bring that information too, because we did talk about that before. And I have 2 questions for you. The first one is cybersecurity mandatory, the training for cybersecurity?
Yes, and email went out today requesting users to attend training and a schedule for the remainder of the year.
Perfect. And then the other thing is, Councilor Randall kind of asked a question about it earlier, and I don't know if we're on the same page, but I know before you got here, a lot of stuff was shutting down. We had emails were going out, we had the phone lines were going out, different things, the website was going out. I remember one night with the clerk, we were on the weekend trying to figure out how to get the website up and running because it went down.
Right.
And that was because the firewalls and other stuff wasn't being maintained. So I know within your first year being here, you had to constantly ask for support to get stuff back operational because they had reached their end of life.
Right.
So, do you have anything else on the horizon that you, because I mean, unfortunately, this is landed on your lap.
Right.
Because, and all these things cost a lot of money, so it looks like you're always asking for money or need something when quite frankly, it's because it wasn't maintained.
Right.
And we didn't have that type of, support around the office, and I said it before and I'll say it again, we didn't have support around the office. So a lot of stuff fell on you. So do you have anything else that you know off the top of your head that you question is gonna probably kick out anytime soon that when you
Right.
do your scrub of what we need to have restored?
No, not on the top of my head. I mean, sometimes these issues happen when we least expect. I mean, weeks ago, we had a firewall issue that needed to be replaced on an emergency basis. And what we did not know as a department was, one, how old that firewall, when it was originally there, because the 5 individuals, all except for one who's been there for 30 years, are all new. So there was no documentation as to when this was actually installed. And so, as we continue to grow and add more data and add more servers and software and in new things, the firewall collapsed. So it's those things that we kind of find along the way that we just have to tackle when they arise.
So my last comment is thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your department. I'll say within the last few years, even though Ms. Bird was amazing, there is a turnaround in the IT department, especially the services offered, the technical support, and just being on call and of a great assistance and being innovative. So thank you guys, and please make sure if you have any new ideas to let us know that, just like every other department does, so we can try to be more modern and move up to 21st century. I think we're almost there.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There is a request from the city manager. We do have a guest in the audience tonight. Right now, R9 used to be the R9, now it's the new R7. He has a guest with him present tonight, and he would like council to move it up. I would like to ask council to move it after the CAFRA update.
Need a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes, sir.
I move that we move item R7 now, postpone closing date for Wee Bowman on the Francisco Landing development to December 31st, 2019, to become the new R5 underneath CAFRA update.
Perfect.
Second.
Any other discussion?
I don't know what.
Nope. Roll call, please.
Who seconded that motion?
Counselor Holloway, I think it was.
No,
No, who
pardon
was
the
it?
appellant. I will.
Oh, okay. I was getting ready.
Pardon the
I
appellant.
thought I heard a voice over here. Okay,
did, but it was
Counselor
Charlie.
Pelham, and she seconded. Any roll call, please?
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Move on to next item, the CAFRA update.
Not next item's your appropriation.
Is the city
Appropriations,
attorney.
city attorney, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. The whole thing is moved around. So the city attorney, then the CAFRA update, then our special guest. Someone up here has the verbiage of what we need to take care
Did
of.
I give it back to you?
What?
I had it. That's dangerous. Did I give it back to you? I didn't.
I never had it.
No, not you.
I've got it.
Oh, there you go.
I've had that happen up here.
You want it back?
You can read it for me.
All right, motion to authorize the appropriation to the city attorney to hire a legal assistant up to the top of the range for grade 24, plus any additional funding necessary to fund benefits of that job. Is that the motion you're making?
The motion that yes.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
sorry. Counselor Parton,
No.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. City Manager. Can you please move on to the CAFRA update?
Yes, ma'am. Just quickly noting the time, we are continuing with our cash recon for the 18 audit. Treasurer's Office, schools, and city are working collectively to address the cash recon and moving that forward and addressing anything that comes up. We do have a set of financial statements for the F-18 CAFRA for Beacon, and we are working closely with Water Renewal to compile the data that's necessary for our CAFRA work on their end. So we're working very diligently and hard to get all that done to make it happen.
Could you say that again about the water renewal?
We're just working, so We're looking at their billing and reconciliation work, so we're actually going back to 14, and we're working to move that forward. But we're working to get 18 and everything completed so we can get the 18 CAFR done. So we're working pretty diligently on that issue.
Counselor Pelham has a question?
Yeah, with the monies that came in from Green Plains, since that was tied up with 17 CAFR, is that correct?
That dated
That was
back,
budgeted, or when was that money budgeted originally, into what budget?
that was 16, 17, 18, and 19 dollars.
So what would it be applied to, 17?
So if I remember some of the receipt that I saw, some of it was applied back to other years.
I know, but can you tell me, is it gonna cover the 17 deficit?
I'll let me look and see. I know what I saw on the receipt, but I don't have those numbers in front of me. Theoretically, when you
Can you
looked
just
at the
tell what-
amount, it should, but I'll look and clarify.
Well, tell us how the distribution will go then for
Yep.
the 1 point, whatever it is, million, and how it'll be distributed from, if it is 14 to
Yeah.
17.
We'll look at that issue for you.
Yeah, and let us know, and where are we with 18?
We're working on getting 18 completed. The water renewal work is part of 18, and addressing any cash recon issues that we have coming up is also part of 18. And at the Beacon financial statement, we have a financial statement compiled for 18 for the Beacon.
And is there any plan for the monies with wastewater, with the monies that we lost the money we lost from customers? There's no way to retrieve that money, right? Would that just be a total loss?
From non-payment, we can try to track someone down, but my
No, I
guess
mean-
is it's a
It's on the
loss.
contract issue.
Yeah. But
That's
we'll
gonna be
be
a
able
loss.
to galvanize anything from the contract?
Not from a collections perspective. I mean,
And so why did we change the?
so we're looking at what we can do to change. Can we, instead of bill the resident, which is what we do now, so let's just pick on myself. I'm a renter, and you're billing me, and I decide to move, and I don't pay my bill for 3 or 4 months, and I move. You have no way of tracking me down.
Exactly.
So what we're looking at is, do we have the ability to bill the property owner versus the resident? And if we can, then we'll bill that property owner, because that, I'll borrow some of our wastewater talk, like a water treatment plant. When we're dealing with water quality, that property owner's a fixed target. We know who they are, we know their address, and we can send them a bill, and then it becomes their responsibility through rent to collect those dollars from their tenant, and that's what we're looking at.
Who's working on that?
We're all looking at it, and we're working with the city attorney to make sure that we have the ability, from a legal perspective, to do that.
All right, great. Let us know when you find that out, please.
Oh, absolutely.
There are no other lights. I only have 2 quick questions. For the contract, you enjoyed on?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. There are several issues that we've been working on or talking about working on through the CAFRA this year. And I attended last week with Councilor Bennett training session that the city attorney did for us that we were not able to make previously with you all. And so it got me to thinking that I have yet to come out of anything that that we've talked about with the CAFRAs, with what's happening and what went wrong, and it got me to thinking that I would potentially like to see us do some training on those topics, if possible, without it being a violation. Because quite honestly, we all still have very good questions that I don't feel that we've had answered completely. And so, like wastewater, like the Beacon, how did we get to, where are we, where did we get, and where can we be? That training of what is happening to be a training for council so that we understand. And, it's just something I've been mulling around in my head. Now, I don't know if we can do it, but, what? What?
There was like in the microphone, go ahead.
So I just want to, since we had some issues earlier in closed session about not sharing something soon enough, I thought I'd just share that with y'all. That is my thought, that we need to go down that road about doing some true training on city issues with this council so that we understand and can sit in an hour-long training session on different topics, whether that's wastewater, so that we understand the whole process of billing and wastewater and what's happened and what's not. Don't know if that's gonna be feasible, but I thought I'd just mention it at this point.
Great. In our spare time.
Yes, in our spare time, that's correct.
We'll make it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. City Manager, my two asks for this is the update on the contract with data integrators. I know you guys are looking into it, but can you come back to, give some information about where you guys are at with that process, and then the comparison, like, if we were to bring it in-house, because we do a lot of the billing outside, and there's been, some complaints even about the whole water process of having to go outside and talk to a whole nother third party, just what the options would be. And then the other part of it is, my last question is, in terms of the CAFR, Mr. Terry was solid in him saying that he can get this done by the end of October. So the question is, I heard what you said about the other stuff, but where is he at with getting this? I mean, today's the 22nd, and we warned him not to give himself that. We warned him, and he said he feels confident, so.
I think Mr. Terry, the confidence level isn't as what it was, based on some of the stuff we've run into lately. I've always thought it would be the mid-November timeframe, not October, the end of October. He wanted to have he believes in an aggressive schedule, and I can't fault him for that. But I'm still looking at mid-October, and October, we're already in mid-October. Mid-November is what I'm hoping we're shooting for, so we can get that done and get these 819 completed, in realistically, probably the early portion of next year.
Okay, so when we come back at their November meeting, can you add on there, like, Mr. Terry to give us a different evaluation, a more realistic evaluation of what the deadline would be, not so like a realistic one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, there are no other lights, so we're gonna move on to R7, which is now R5.
R9, which was R7, which is now R5.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, this item before you is to postpone the closing date of W.E. Bowman on Francisco Landing Development until December 31st. Back in, a couple months ago, we asked for an extension until November 1st because they were working through the Opportunity Zone funding opportunity or options that have come forward with the change of legislation this year. They have been successful in working through that, and they now have a anticipated closing date on a piece of property that will close, and they can then roll the profits from that into this as Opportunity Zone investment, which actually makes the project more financially viable for them. That project will close in mid-December. They intend to close on this project by the end of December, and we would have a groundbreaking for City Council and the public sometime in the winter or spring. So they'll actually break ground. So things are moving forward. In your package is a list of things they've accomplished, things they've been working on, and they've been making a lot of progress. Mr. Chip Bowman is here if you have any specific questions, but the action we ask for you to take is to extend or postpone the closing date for W. Bowman on the Francisco Landing Development Project until December 31st, 2019, at which time we will hopefully have this closed and the project moving forward fully.
Thank you. Does anyone like to make a comment? Please hit your lights. There are no lights. Would anyone like to take, okay, Councilor Parton?
I move that we postpone the closing date for W.E. Bowman on the Francisco Landing Development Project to December 31st, 2019.
Second.
Motion has been moved in second. Is it clear? Any discussion? If there are no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda should be R10, which is now R6. Actually, no, it's R8. It's R8. Purchasing
Okay.
2009 Fern Street for cemetery expansion.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, at the last meeting in closed session, we talked to you about the fact that there are no available graves for sale in Appomattox Cemetery. I say no. We have no two graves together. There are less than 10 graves total available for sale. So essentially, the cemetery is closed to anyone new who would want to purchase plots in the cemetery. We have acquired over the past several years a couple of properties to the south of the cemetery on 21st Avenue. There is another property there available for sale. The property address is 2009 Fern Street, which is right off of 21st Avenue. We already own 3 of the properties right there, 603 North 21st, 601 North 21st, and a parcel number 0311350 on Fern Street. There is one remaining property we do not own, but as soon as that property were available, this would give approximately an acre of land of expansion for our cemetery. The way the properties lay out, we think we can do an expansion sooner, even before we buy that one additional property, which apparently the owner at this point is not ready to sell. But there is ability to reach those back parcels that we believe to start expanding some in the very near future. So the request is for approximately $98,112, including the closing cost, to purchase the property at 2009 Fern Street for future expansion of the cemetery.
Counselor Pelham,
Can I ask questions without the motion?
question about his presentation.
Yes, I do. With the closing costs, is there any way that we can share the closing costs with the buyer? Because normally, don't the buyer pay to sell it, the
No,
closing?
well, the buyer pays real estate fees, and the buyer also pays any tax debt or those things. They're still being covered. We are sharing the cost in this
No,
case.
not according to the sheet we have in here. We, the sheet I read said
Yep. You're right.
it's $6,400. But I don't know how y'all got to 98 because the 6,400 is a closing cost. The real estate commission is $45.95.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I stand
Yeah, indeed.
corrected on this one. You're
Yeah.
correct.
And then the deed and attorney's closing fee. We couldn't use our own attorney? Why do
Yes, we are.
We are?
Asked that yesterday.
It says $500.
We're safe a lot.
Wait, so, what, hold on. Are you asking him, did we
Yes.
use our city attorney, or can we use our city attorney? You're asking Mr. James,
It's
right?
over now. I mean, they've already done
I'm
the.
asking, did he do it, and you're asking
No,
move
did
forward?
why didn't we use our city attorney? I mean, that's why I'm asking.
It hadn't closed.
We haven't closed yet.
No.
Okay,
but
so we can't,
we still can, but the attorney possibly, we'll have to check. The attorney may have done some work already, I don't know. But I don't believe they have, but I can reach out. We don't mind using our attorney. We're not certain, we have not been certain, and her workload's been pretty heavy with, we have not been certain on what items to use and not use with her. So we've been trying to find that sweet spot with her on these issues, but I don't know that we even asked her on this one. I'm
well,
not
let me
sure.
ask her, city
Yeah, so-
attorney, can you do this closing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do title insurance estimates or that?
No,
that is
title
special?
insurance is sent out to.
Ma'am?
No, a provider for title insurance is
Okay.
used. Yes.
So what's the release fee? $25 whole dollars. And
That's to
grant,
release-
Oh.
the deed from the courthouse.
Right.
Release it, and then $92 for grantor's tax.
By using the attorney, we'll be saving $500, but we're
Yeah.
happy to use her.
And what's the grantor's tax, Ms. Denton?
The grantor's tax is 0.5%, that's charged by the state of Virginia.
It's $1 per
Yeah,
thousand.
those are all
Thousand.
Yeah.
required fees.
Now, can I say,
No, wait a minute. So that's 98,000, yeah. So we can save the $500, but after we save the $500 and the closing costs again, can the seller agree to at least pay half, if not all? Because once we get the property, we're gonna have, how much does it demolish all that stuff gonna cost? I mean, and then how many graves will that yield? So, I mean, because this is becoming a very expensive grave to me.
It's surely more than one grave.
Well, I hope so. How many graves on an acre?
I'm not exactly certain the total number. We haven't designed the exact layout of where they would be.
I think that'd be good to
on
know
that
before we
parcel.
spend $98,000, wouldn't you? You think?
Well, I mean, we cannot buy the property and not expand the cemetery. That's the other option.
That's fine with me too.
That's the other option that we offered.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, at least you need to know how many graves that you'll be committing to. Cause, like I said, we've already spent a couple $100,000, right, with the two other properties, or three, whatever
I
it
don't know the
is.
amount spent on
In
that.
fact, can you give us the cost of all, what we've done in the past for those three properties? And when they were approved, go back and find that out for me? Not tonight.
I think you bought two.
I think we bought three, right? Cause it's 5 different parcels. If I'm right, Charles.
There's a
Mr.
house
Dan.
on the corner that I'm aware of and the vacant lot next to it.
We own two already, 601 and 603, and there's a
And then
parcel on
we
Fern
own,
Street.
so it's 3. Out of the
But
5.
I'm not sure how or where they were all acquired. I'm not sure.
I know, it's in the minutes somewhere. Find it in the minutes, tell us what we've purchased and how much this whole conglomeration is gonna cost, so we can make a feasible decision on how many graves that would yield, including the potential demolishment fee.
We pick up an acre of land which,
But you can't tell me how many
well,
graves.
I can't tell you exactly how many because we would have to have, a design done of exact layout of them. But we would still request moving forward here if council would see fit.
Can we put off purchasing it then? Why invest $100,000 if you don't know
They're,
how it's gonna integrate into the whole project?
well, we know we need to expand the cemetery or get out of cemetery business, so that was the option. That was the
That's
option.
I like that option.
Well, that's
That's
certainly
just
an
my
option.
option. I don't know
That's
what the
fine.
other council can do, but I'm just saying.
Well,
they don't have enough
we would
information to
ask
make a
council to
decision.
approve the 98.5 less the 500 for attorney fees, so $98,000 for the purchase of the property.
Okay, are you done with the floor?
Yes.
Okay, it's Counselor Denton, but before I call on her, Randolph and Parton both have their lights on. I didn't see who asked for it first. Is there a preference on who goes first between the two of you guys?
No, it was Mrs. Denton, Mrs. Randolph,
And then you? Okay, good.
When I looked at the packet, Mr. Dean, if we can get our city attorney to handle this for the city, we would save half of the commission, because in a transaction, that's divided. The seller pays half, the buyers pay half. So I mean, if, say I was selling a piece of real estate and I listed the property, it's a 6% commission. If someone else sells it or buys it from me, I've got to give them half of that.
Our attorney can close it, Ms. Denton, but Mr. Mahaney was the representative for the seller and came to us, and he's representing us on the purchase. He wrote the contract. He's got both pieces of it. He reduced
You
his
can't represent both.
1 second.
he reduced his 6% to 5%.
Well,
He can take half.
I do have a problem with that, because I would say if we have our attorney and we would be the buyer, then half of that commission stays with the buyer, the agent.
And
which
you've been
is the
doing this
city.
a whole lot longer than me. I have my real estate license for a while, but my understanding was you still have to have that, the realtor's agreement. You still have to have a realtor on both sides of the agreement. And under your,
Can I have a point of order real
Yes,
quickly?
ma'am.
I'm so sorry. This one point of order because the night is going late.
I'm with
I
you.
don't care. But we do have these other items. Since it's a legal question, let me ask the city attorney so we don't go back and forth. In terms of the commission, are you familiar with how that would go?
Well, generally, if there's only one realtor, the realtor would work out the reduced fee with the seller, who is really the party charged with covering the commission on the sales.
So it's to Counselor Denton's point. I can barely hear you. I'm sorry.
Well, for localities, I've not used a realtor. Usually there is someone on staff who negotiates the deal. The other party, whether it's a purchaser or a seller, may be represented, but generally the locality is just going in there with staff. And so to the extent that there is a commission on the sale, if it was the seller would be responsible for that. And if the person knew that there was not another realtor on the other side to split the fee, that's when the realtor will work out a reduced fee with the seller. That's what I'm familiar with.
and can I add one more thing? What we're asking for here is based on the contract presented by the realtor, the representative of the seller. And if y'all want us to go back and say it's approved, but only paying X number of the commission, then he can either accept it or walk. I mean, it's entirely up to y'all.
Yeah, it's called negotiations.
Yeah, exactly. We presented y'all don't want us to negotiate contracts till y'all see them. So we brought you the contract that they gave us.
Yes,
So we can go back and do that.
Okay. Counselor Denton, do you have anything else?
Let's see.
Because I
So-
think if I hear you correctly, you're recommending.
Yeah, we're saving,
$27.97.
we're saving the buyer's fee, which is us. It's $750.
Where is that at?
That's what Mr. Butterworth was charging to handle the sale for the city,
so
$750.
And if we do half,
These are our expenses
okay.
as the buyer. It's the $750, the $22, and I'm saying half of the commission. The title search has probably already been done.
And,
So,
and the closing fee.
yeah,
The
I'm saying
$750
half
is-
of, I'm saying half of that $45.95 is $22.97.50.
No, $27.97.
That's not correct though, because the commission would have been 6%. He's come off by 1%, so the
That's-
calculation has to be done on,
He may come back and say, I'll take 3%.
Right.
And let you all take 2%. That would be up to him in the negotiation. But as a rule, if there are two parties involved, you would split that commission.
I just think
Counselor
split-
Denton, just to clarify, 'cause I think I hear you making a recommendation, if you catch my drift. Are you recommending that he go back and negotiate?
Yeah.
And can you say the terms of what you just said again, like what you're asking him for specifically to look at?
I would just like for the city to be representing us, the buyer. And so, rather than paying Mr. Butterworth, we're saving those costs. And that because our city attorney is handling it, we would split the commission between the two.
And the attorney fee too of $500
Yeah, I've said that the buyer's fees, which is $750.
plus
The
five.
recording fee, which is 22, half of the commission. And if he's done the title search, he's already spent that money, so. But if he has, I don't know if we can,
Well, y'all can approve this based on that. I can go back to
Okay,
them and say,
that's
this is what they approved.
That's what I'm
And that's all they've approved, and if the seller will accept it and the realtor will accept it, then we can move forward.
Okay,
Well, I wanna see the contract before you sign it, though, with the numbers you put
contract's
in
in
there.
there.
Well, if
I
that's all
know.
you've approved, Ms. Pelham, that's gonna be in the minutes,
So
that's
that'd
all we
be-
can do.
Okay, so
I
the
think she's
half
saying
of the commission, 2797.50. To take off the $500, take off that 750 or whatever she said, 22, and add, and keep the 1,000 and the $92, and half of the 45.95.
I came up with 4161.50, which,
Let me see what. I
4161.50
yeah,
plus the 91.9 purchase.
he has got, he has got 98,359.
14.
Right, but I came up with 96,061.50 with your numbers.
4161.
I got $4,069.
Yeah, I had, I think it was 90.
Can I go now?
Oh, no, anyway.
Are you done with the floor?
No,
Yeah,
we wouldn't,
I
we don't.
I
even-
just- If, I mean,
They're asking questions.
Oh, okay. Just was asking.
I mean, I'd have to figure this, but can you,
Can we just go down and itemize what the
do
cost?
you know, Mr. Dane, all I'm saying is, the city will pay its, and I think he's written in the contract that we would pay the buyer's closing cost, the seller's closing cost, which would be the 450 and the 92.
Right.
So tell me if I summarize this right. What you're saying off that last page from Brad Butterworth, you're saying that the city would cover the 750 because we don't need him, we're gonna do it with our attorney.
We'll do it with ours.
The 450, we would do down bottom with ours, and the 45.95, we'd pay half.
Nope.
Right,
That's what you're saying.
that's what.
That's clear enough.
No,
She didn't
Is
make
that-
a motion.
Yeah.
so we ain't got nothing.
And yes, and so I was trying to gently say nicely, make a motion. But, so we can get it
I'll
on the
make a
floor, about what you're asking for. Is that what you're asking for? Just letting you know, Councilor Randolph shaking her head no, so I don't know if you want to give her the floor so she can make the motion, so we can move on.
I'll make the motion.
Councilor Randolph had the floor, I'm asking, Councilor Dane,
That's
do you want to
fine.
make the motion, you want to pivot to her to make the motion so we can?
Oh, I'm not gonna, okay, I can.
Is that your
I'll make the motion.
Okay, is that your
Okay.
motion? Thank
I
you.
will make the motion that, that we have our city attorney to handle this sale for the city if we go forward.
Amen.
And that we will, according to this, we will deduct from the closing cost, the 750. Let's see, and half of the commission. And if the,
$22.
if he's done the title search, I don't know what he's done with that, but if not, I think we can get that done.
Well, we
you
would do
let-
the
let-
title search outside
Please let her
anyway,
finish
wouldn't
the
we, Brandon?
motion, please let her
Yeah.
finish the motion.
Yeah, and that we will, pay the 450 and the $92.
What, 450?
That's,
That we would pay?
yeah, because in the contract, it's got that we will pay.
Is that your motion, though?
Yeah.
That's what I'm writing it down, that's what I'm asking. Is that it? I can restate, that's what I'm trying to make sure no one
Is that
jumps
clear?
in. So your motion is the city attorney handle the sale for the city will deduct from the closing cost $750 and half of the commission. If the title search hasn't been done, we will incur that. And then the city will pay the $450 and the $92 within the contract.
That's the seller fee.
Yeah, but it got in the contract to pay that.
That's
we don't
what
have
your,
it.
that's
Yeah.
what your motion
Yeah,
is?
that's what it is.
Okay, would anyone like to second this motion?
Second, at least for discussion.
It's been seconded. Now, keep your comments to the motion. Counselor Randolph, was next, then Counselor Parton and Counselor Pelham.
I think the motion is incorrect in the amount of the commission, which is listed at 5% at $45.95 standard. Half of commission is 3%, which would be $27.57, not half of $45.95. So I think we're looking at a 3% commission that we would want to give to Mr. Mahaney at $27.57, more specifically than half of $25.95, just to be fair. It's in the purchase contract, yes, that we pay the seller's fees. Who negotiated that or who approved that?
We haven't, we brought the contract to you.
And that's what I'm saying. So I don't feel that we need to pay the $450 or the $92 just because it's in the seller's contract. That's their fees to have to pay. They're getting a fair market price for this for this property at $91.9. So why would we give them any more money? I'm okay with redoing the purchase agreement so that Mr. Seller pays his own $450 and grantor's taxes and normal seller's fees, and we pay our own fees.
Before Counselor Randolph finishes with the floor, there are two things, our time, and then the city attorney has her light on.
Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the council, rather than to go through and sort of calculate what costs would be attributed between the two parties, would you consider either revising your motion or make an amendment to strike basically the language at paragraph 23 at page 6 of 10, which really shifts the seller's cost, the traditional seller's cost over to the purchaser. So we take care of that language. If we delete that out, then what normally would happen in terms of assigning costs, including the commissions, would then kick in.
Actually, I hadn't finished with the floor. What I was gonna suggest was simply that the city attorney needs to work with what's already happened, because we don't know what the outside attorney has done. Again, Mrs. Denton is correct. If he's done title search, et cetera, we're gonna have to pay him for that.
Right.
Because we're not gonna do it again and cost
He
it
hasn't done
again.
it at our request. If he's done it, he's done it on his own accord. We haven't asked him to prepare any closing documents for us. We're still in the, we're still in the process.
Title search is not a closing document.
It is, we would not do a title search before doing a real estate contract. You would do that after the contract is signed.
Okay, but you haven't gotten, we have not signed the purchase agreement, is what you're
No,
saying?
yeah,
Okay,
so,
Okay, so none of this we think, but I just wanna make sure. So I'm okay with whatever as long as she's
I mean,
checking.
I just think that's cleaner than going through trying to figure out the dollar amount, because then we're stuck with that as
So
the
you say that
record.
again, amend to delete paragraph 23.
23, and so most of these costs, the discussions, wherever those numbers fall, will be addressed by just taking out this language at paragraph 23.
You said something about page 6.
Yes, it's paragraph 23, page 6 of 10 of the purchase contract.
Counselor Randolph, are you done with the floor?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
So in light of what the city attorney said, Counselor Denton, would you like to amend, or does someone like to make an amendment?
I would.
Counselor Pelham?
I'd like to amend her motion to amend it to delete paragraph 3 on page 6 totally, as well as just only pay half of the commission. That's what it basically we're doing. Pay the only fee with the price of the house plus 1/2 the commission.
That's not what she suggested. Are you gonna is you making a different one?
I made a motion
So what is your motion?
to amend the contract to delete paragraph 23, page 6, as well as under the buyer fees, us delete everything but half of the commission of 5%. I'm just asking my amendment.
No, yeah, but she requests to make an amendment, so there's
I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting
Thank you. Second.
Only
Just
to
finish this
go
item.
through, just to make sure that we get the appropriation for funds for Mathis Park.
Second.
What happened to?
She's amendment to,
No, I was just.
she's, can we do that
She
point
didn't make
of
the,
order?
she never got an approval to make an amendment to even, she had, first you get approval to make an amendment, and then you can make your amendment. She never got approval second, so we never voted on it.
So it died.
So
I'll let it die.
now we're on the other request, and that's on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. The only thing I would say, council, is please add R11, because I do have a creative workforce meeting, and I have to turn this MOU in to the board.
So I'd like to make the motion to extend the meeting only for items, to finish item R8, which is now R6. Whatever. R8, and then I would like to, R10 and R11. Oh,
She wants
So
12
old
done.
R2.
So
That-
8
that's
and
it?
12?
Yeah, that's good.
well, that's creative workforce development, right? It's 11.
It's our
Why don't you
12.
It's 12 now.
Just need that topic.
Okay,
Second, we understand what the intention is. The
Wait a
intention,
minute, so what are we
I'm
doing?
gonna,
Okay.
I'm gonna repeat it. The motion is to extend the meeting so we can complete this item, which is the purchase
Purchasing.
of Fern Street, to also complete the Masterless Park water line replacement, and also the Creative Workforce Board MOU.
and that's it.
What are we doing? What was the one in the middle?
The motion, yes, Fern Mathis MOU, and it's been properly moved in second. Is there any other discussion?
Who seconded it?
I did. Is there any discussion?
No.
Roll call, please. Before we run out of time.
So we're doing Counselor Denton, 6. Counselor
Yes.
Denton. Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph. Yes. Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Okay. So did her motion get a second?
I didn't hear you call, you called everybody, because you didn't hear my name, and I hear you say,
Oh.
she stopped.
You didn't call the
You
mayor.
didn't call the rest of the roll.
Probably didn't. Mayor Gore. Sorry, I just
Yes.
drifted off somewhere. I'm sorry.
Councilor, did she call you?
Yes,
did.
I
Okay.
did.
Motion passes.
Can I make a motion now?
Technically speaking, Parton had the floor next.
My
okay.
motion died. I didn't get a second.
Correct.
Okay.
It's fine. I didn't need to say anything. Mrs. Denton said what I was going to say already.
Okay. Now, do you want to speak before I call on Councilor Randolph?
Yes. I would like to make another motion. To, delete paragraph 23 on page 6. Delete all seller fees paid by the buyer. Oh, that's it, that's the same thing. Delete the, $7.50 for the attorney fee. $22 for the recording fee. And half of the commission, of 5%. Half of $45.95.
Point of clarity for your motion, so I can repeat it. You said $750 for attorney fees. With this whole time, it's been $500.
Well, it's $7.50 on the back page, so I don't know which one it is. Can you give some clarity before I finish the motion, attorney? You got $500 on this Ford agency thing, but on the back, Brad Butterworth is $7.50, so I don't know.
Right, well, one of the reasons for suggesting just deleting paragraph 23 was to sort of take away the need to break out all these dollar amounts. But what the Mr. Assistant City Manager was saying earlier, that whether we do that or not, any fees that have already been incurred by Mr. Butterworth will have to probably be covered if his understanding is that the city was gonna cover those fees. So that's separate from what would be traditional seller's cost at this particular time.
How could that be if we haven't signed the contract?
Well, he's gonna have done some work, so whether you proceed on a breach
we
of
didn't tell him to do
contract,
work.
which would be the case if there was a signed contract, or you proceed on the theory of quantum merit, which is there's no contract, but there's an understanding and someone has changed their position to their detriment. You may have to compensate him for some of the work that he's done. But that's typically not what I'm looking at in terms of the seller's costs that we're trying to get back on the seller side of the table. And we do that, I think, more efficiently by taking out that paragraph 23.
All right, so the motion is to take out that paragraph and reduce the real estate fee? Can I say that?
Just take out 23, and then everything else will break out. And if you want, we bring those back to the council to get one final look before everything's finalized.
Yeah,
Madam
that'd be
President.
great. No appropriation until the whole contract is rewritten.
Can you please repeat your motion so we can
I'd like to take out paragraph 6 on page 23.
No.
Paragraph
23.
whatever, and then, and when all the changes have been made with the quantitative amount after you've negotiated whether or not they've had spent money, bring the whole contract back with the solidified, contract, because you know the council's intention.
Second.
Okay, so I'll just.
Second.
I'll just take the motion to remove paragraph 23 from page 6 and to put the the new contract before council for approval.
Okay, so her motion is a motion to substitute her motion for Denton's, which was seconded and was up for
That's
discussion.
right, my bad,
So we do that in that two-layered vote.
Right.
Okay,
So substitute it with the motion that
And
was
then to
just
do the two
proposed, and then
actions.
we will vote on that motion.
okay.
So the motion is to substitute Counselor Denton's motion and then to take the action of removing paragraph 23 on page 6 and for staff to bring back the new contract to council for approval.
I'll second that first motion, and I've seconded her motion too.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
No, we have to do it in two pieces.
Oh my gosh.
Because it was a substitute motion, so we have to get approval to do it and vote on it.
Roll call.
And then we
Counselor
vote.
Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Okay.
Now we gotta vote on her motion, right?
Yep.
Brenda's motion.
See, told you.
Can you please roll call for the motion?
I have no idea, I'm just sitting.
Roll call.
I got it. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Hardy.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Is everybody okay? I know it's late, but I mean, everybody good?
No.
Okay. Yes, no? Or we only got 2 more items, we can push through this. All right, the next item on the agenda is a request for an appropriation of funds for Mathis Park water line replacement.
I'd like to make the motion.
I have no price of going on. No, it's a presentation for, we need to know.
By all means, I do not have to
For the
put
She's
that.
appropriation
pulling
of
apart,
funds
she's just putting out a motion
for
for
Mathis
funds.
Park line replacement.
That's what we call it.
Second.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, how
I
much?
need to know how much.
No, but all jokes aside,
Yeah,
in
we
all
need
seriousness,
to
we
present
you know,
the
we're just
mark.
trying
It's very
to
Yeah.
lighten up, but all jokes aside, he does need to do his presentation and then we need
Why?
to do, but if you wanna make your motion for real. for
Why does
clarity,
he need
you know
to
what you-
present?
No, I'm asking her.
Oh,
I mean, I was
okay.
asking if are you serious about making your motion right now?
Yes.
Okay, so then it was properly moved in second, so just to repeat your motion to request for appropriation of funds for Mathis.
Park water line replacement.
There has to be a
How much do you
cost in it.
Yeah.
There's
$9,000 is what we're
$9,000.
requesting for the
And
project.
we'd like,
Where is it coming from?
Well, there we go. That's what I want to clarify.
Right,
We-
but, I mean, she had a motion, but that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get
We
her.
want to take it from the Economic Development Fund, where
Mm-hmm.
we put the money that we had for, the summer work program that we only used less than $14,000.
But
Take
that's
it from there.
salaries.
No, it was dollars put there for that. It's not money, salary money. It's in the Economic Development Fund is where we put it. So when you use those, take $9,000 from there, move it into his park maintenance budget so he can undertake the repair.
That don't
So
sound
one
right.
second, and I'm not being funny, but technically speaking, she had a motion on the floor, and the question was the clarity about the amount, not to give a description or to ask questions. So just for clarity, her motion, Vice Mayor Bennett's motion is to request appropriation of funds for Mathis Park water line in the amount of $9,000 to be taken from the Economic Development Fund and moved into the Park Maintenance Fund. Is that your motion?
Yes,
Is
that's,
that your second?
yes.
Point
That's
of
your
order.
second.
Johnny's.
What's your question?
City attorney, is it legal to take money from I'm serious. I've never heard you could take money from a grant for the purpose of paying
No,
summer.
Let her finish, let her
So-
finish her question, please. Is your question?
Explain to me where the money is coming
One
from.
second. So, your.
My point of
actually,
order
thank you.
was, if he's taking that from a grant that specified summer work program to fix a pipe,
No.
yeah, I don't know a
So-
whole
One
bunch
moment,
about
please.
grants, but.
Guys, everybody's yelling. For clarity, so you're asking the city attorney that question. I'm gonna say, no, you can't ask the attorney question because the answer to your question, is, this is not grant funding. What council approved was the allocation of moving money over in anticipation of getting the state money in because it is a reimbursement program. So we are not using grant funding because we use our own money to put up front
You said
for
reimbursement.
reimbursement from the state. And we did not use the entire allotment. We didn't use a
our
fraction
money.
of our money.
Okay, well, okay, that's what I'm asking.
I'm trying to give you the answer.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to
thank you very much.
There you go.
Carry on.
We're good now, right? Everybody's good? Good.
I'll vote
So
no
any
to
other
this, sure.
any other
I don't
discussion?
trust you.
There are no lights. I'll repeat the motion so everybody's good. The motion is to request an appropriation of funds for Mathis Park water line replacement in the amount of $9,000 from the Economic Development Fund and move over to the Park Maintenance Fund. And for the record, we'll say for clarity, this is using the $300,000 that the city appropriated from our fund for the workforce program. That will be on the record, but not in the motion. Okay? On the record.
Out of the 300,000,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask how much left?
Not right now, because that's the motion repeated, and there's no discussion. I just clarified the motion, so roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes. So,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr.
Best
City
presentation
Manager.
I've ever.
I'll make a note, I'll add it to my email that I send out now to how much money is left over, and I really should go to Mr. Dane because he's been the person working on this with me. So the leftover money. Or how much is expended, we should say, expended amount.
Slightly more than $14,000.
Okay?
That's all.
But that portion's gonna be reimbursed.
Right.
We'll get the
Right.
official
Yeah.
answer,
We got
we'll
it.
move forward. Next item is the Creative Workforce Development Board, MOU, and Workforce Development Board Representative. I put this on the agenda last meeting or meeting before last, council approved the last MOU. Come to my attention that the state had changes for it. That document has been pushed back from the state, and this is the revised version of the MOU. So I'm just requesting permission to sign and execute it. In terms of the Workforce Development Board Representative, the former Cleos on the board, which always been mayors, have made recommendations on who the board should appoint from the city. In my past, being on council, that's never come back to council for involvement or discussion. So I wanted to be more open with this and to say that I'm recommending, I reached out to Dr. Hackney. As you guys know, we went to Balanced School Calendar soon. And they've been having meetings with businesses to try to figure out how they can have a working relationship with CTE programs. And I know she's had about 80 businesses that come to her meeting every time she's had them. So I asked her for a recommendation of top 5 businesses that she recommends for this. And I'll send it out to council. If you guys will please let me know. I'll give you guys probably until next Friday before our meeting to let me know who you guys recommend. And if there's an overwhelming number of person, I'll let you guys know. If it's tied, I'll let you guys know, or an XY, for it like that.
Recommend someone for,
It's a company, so it's, right now, our person that we have on the board is American Water, and I would like to change that. And so again, I don't wanna just make the decision alone, I'm referring to Dr. Hackney in that relationship, and I'll send you guys the top 5 that she recommends, and then again, just poll to see who you guys recommend, and then I'll submit that name.
Could you tell us also what they're required to do, if anything?
yeah.
Just
So
so
the
we
Workforce
know.
Development Board, it means.
Just send it to us.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, I
Yep.
put my note down,
Yeah.
what they will do.
And if we have any recommendations.
So you're
Yeah.
gonna,
Okay.
so you will send us the change, so we can reapprove it again?
No, this board doesn't approve it, the Workforce Investment Board does, and usually the mayor just submits a name.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, in the past,
You're gonna
I've never
give us-
seen it, and so I
Okay,
was
I
gonna
was
get you
just saying
guys.
being changed and reapproved, I wasn't sure, I'm sorry.
Oh, the MOU
Yes,
has
it
been
does.
changed by the state, so I need for you
That's
guys to
what we voted on.
reapprove that.
And that's the only
Okay,
motion you
That's what I'm
need.
trying
Yeah.
to find out what we're reapproving.
I'd like to make a motion that
Second.
we, what?
She said second before you can even say anything.
Okay, thank you. But anyway, the motion is to, to look at the revision of the, MOU and approve it.
Second.
No, she already seconded. Is that a good enough motion?
No, cause I need permission to sign and execute it.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we look at the new format of the MOU to approve and also approve the mayor to sign it. Is that good enough?
And execute.
No, I need a point of contact, because it said look at, what do you, it's in the packet.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we just needed to look at it and
Oh,
revise
yes.
and approve it.
Excellent.
How would you like me to say it?
Okay, to approve the mayor to sign and execute the revised Creative Workforce Development Board MOU.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, and who's second?
Second, I
Brenda
agree.
did.
That's fine for your motion?
Still terrible.
Okay, and that's fine for your second? Any other discussion? No, okay. And, I'll send you guys those names as soon as I do, and I'll give you guys as much leeway as I can in terms of days. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Moore?
Yes. Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
No, I know.
We ain't do none of the, there go commission. What?
So I just looked at her again and said, "Still can't do it." I am terrible.
What? It's the Peter, is it your personal thing down there?
It is friggin' freezing in there.
She had it on your personal time.
It is ridiculous.
I put my purse down.
Out of all these people.
I kept feeling this heat.